Are we live? Let me check. Are we live? Let me check. It sounds like it. Oh yeah.
See if it's going up. Yep,
Yeah.
should be live now.
Are we live?
Yep.
Let me check. It sounds like it. Oh yeah.
See if it's going up. Yep, should be live now.
Double think clouds your mind. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm
horizontals
saying,
are parallel to the
let me
plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish. You can't just spout your logic at me. I'm still talking.
And we are live. We're all on live now. We are live. It is Model Affliction Monday. Hello, I'm Bev. I'm model afflicted. Not really. Although I do like hearing people talk about their models, so if you're out there you fancy telling somebody about the model? I mean, we usually have people in 24/7 hanging around telling us about their model and how we don't know whatever we don't know about reality, because we don't know about their model. But we do know about the model. I don't know where they are. So if you'd like to come in and talk about a model, today's the day. I don't think they like talking about it though. When it's up to them to talk about a model. So, seeing as we've got nobody in here wanting to talk about a model, I think we might be turning this into a what's up with the model? Well, you know, why do they not want to come and talk about their model? Yet every other day, whenever we're talking about anything about Euclid or logic or anything like that, they want to come in and talk about their model. It's really weird.
I have an idea why.
Go on.
Could be wrong, but it could be the fact that it has so many holes like a spaghetti sifter.
It's like guerrilla warfare tactics, you know? It's like they just pop out and just shoot, you know, one little thing and then hide back in their hole.
Well, yeah,
I think you can't attack the whole argument, and that's what Model Affliction Mondays are about, the model, so...
Yeah, because they want to attack a reality piece by piece. They do.
Yeah.
Right? They can only attack. They can't talk about their own and you know, defend that.
No, yeah, they get you in a corner and then they beat you to death when you give in to their logic, which is not really that much, but
it's not logic.
It's baller logic, yeah.
There's no logic. Just doesn't make sense to a normal, logically thinking mind.
Hello. My name is Ricky.
You're new here, Ricky.
Afflicted. I'm new here. I've been model afflicted for 33 years. I'm 33 years old.
Go ahead, tell us about your affliction. Have a seat.
Well, I see balls everywhere. I love balls.
Oh, we've got joking, eh? Yeah. We don't have models. Or at least I don't have a model. There's not much to me to talk about. I can talk about reality. But, I mean, Joe, if you want to come in and talk about your model, feel free.
I have a model like Joe.
Yeah, we need more model afflicted in here.
And talk about it like that. They, you know, might be a good thing. Some people might like it. Some people get really offended at the model affliction thing. I don't want to cause any offense. But, like today, I don't think, if you want to come in, talk about your model, just come and let us know. We've been asking for quite a while. You seem to attack reality. I think they're really having a hard time with the horizontals being parallel. And they don't really like to hear it when I say that level is horizontal, observably. And, you know, like it's been checked. Everybody does it. All architects, builders, planners, engineers, all horizontals are parallel. Even on graph paper, mathematics. I mean,
I know one guy, if you tell that to, he'll send 20 or 30 DMs.
Yeah, they're like stern ones as well, telling you don't know anything. I've had it for a few years, and quite a lot of people have told me that they don't think I'm correct when I say about level being horizontal, but I keep telling them I've checked it. I mean, who in the right minds would check that level is horizontal? Me and spot on. Sue. Anyone else? Has anyone else checked it?
I've checked it.
Everyone else just actually know it is.
I think it
Yeah,
has
but
to be.
you didn't record it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just put it out live. You didn't record it. That's why I don't trust it.
Yeah, because if you weren't here to see it, but you were, but if you hadn't have been here to see it, then, whew, how could you believe it was? You obviously can't trust anybody else, or wait till the next time, or go and try and do the test yourself, or anything like that. So
That breaks baller code to do stuff yourself, actually.
Well, unless you're wearing a white coat. I don't trust you. Were you
don't have
wearing a
certificate.
white coat?
oh, D. Ross is in the chat here. Look, he says geodetic surveyors have, and horizontals are not parallel. Whoa, that guy's got a model. Want to ask me how I know? Because he wouldn't say that stupid shit if he didn't have a model. But I guess your model dictates that. Ross. D. Ross.
This is geodetic survey that doesn't think horizontals are parallel.
I don't know. He just says like random geodetic surveys. I think he thinks, you know, these YouTubers are, it's like a code word, I think.
Not a particular name geodetic surveyor, just them as a whole.
Yeah, just like the whole group, not just that one guy that's not going to come back.
Not one that he's talked to or that we could talk to or that anyone could talk to. Just that group. Definitely horizontals are not parallel.
See, D. Ross is in the chat there. He says, yes, it's a globe and it matches reality perfectly. Reality matches reality, yes. And your globe model is in your imagination, in your head.
I have a model.
Yeah?
Well, I've been working on it for a long time, and the only thing that I'm really struggling on is the snow.
The snow
model?
The snow, yeah.
Yeah. That's be tricky, that.
Yeah.
Easy, styrofoam. Just shred it up.
No, I mean, my model, when I shake it, it snows.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not in reality. So the snow's not quite working on my model.
Yeah, you can't make it snow.
I follow
No.
now.
Shame.
Yeah. I know, you've been
Well,
waiting
you can
for
just
the snow.
think about it then. Just imagine that it snows.
Joe, it's Model Affliction Monday, right? You tell us about your model, not the model that you imagine that other people have got, not a straw model. Your
And if we're
model,
going to
Joe.
do insults, can we spell them correctly?
He's only joking.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to get timed out.
Oh,
I understand.
Nice shot, Gizmo. That looks like a pretty horizontal horizon. And in that picture there, Gizmo, do you reckon... Would you say all the horizontals were parallel there? Because, I mean, what's what we're doing? We're doing a search for unparalleled horizontals. We need to... They'll be out there somewhere. I mean, if if D. Ross says that the geodetic surveyors have found them, so they've got to be there. Maybe there's some special geodetic surveyors that can find them. What tool do we use? Have you heard of that one, Ricky? I don't say that. Is that like a special tools that geodetic surveyors, I think?
I was just in a construction supply house. I saw every tool that I've ever seen any surveyor use. And none of them were specified for geodetic. I'm not sure what they're saying. That's just a group of people that measure longer distances, scope of work.
Well, no, I don't think so, right? I think they're just called surveyors now, right? And I think geodetic is like it's just a surveyor as far as I know. It's the new name for surveying.
I would agree, a type of surveying. They're all just surveyors using the same methods.
Yeah, because I mean, back in the day, when I was a lad doing my training, I got a land surveying, but I don't think there's any land surveying anymore. That's why I kept it. I really don't think they term it land surveying anymore. I think it's just all geodetic surveying, as far as I'm aware.
You've got planar surveying, though.
They're just surveying, right? Like, where's the difference? Everyone surveys locally, and they use tools that we call levels that do horizontals. But I'm pretty sure that the local surveyors measure horizontals being parallel, or they are parallel, at least locally.
They do the same thing. So they all derive the measurements from the same type of tools
locally, all horizontals are parallel, but that means that all over everywhere, wherever you are locally, all the horizontals are parallel. So, D. Ross, can you tell us, next time you ask your geodetic surveyors, ask them what tool they used to find out what... I think you might have got mixed up. You probably have got mixed up, because I'm pretty sure that they didn't say that to you. But I'd say next time, D. Ross, go and ask them what tools they used to do that.
And method.
Oh, well, yeah, and the method as well. I'm more interested in the tool, because I don't think it can be local surveying tools, theodolites, auto levels, GPS systems and all that. I think there must be some other tool for them to be able to do. I'm not aware of any method that they could use local surveying tools. Theodolites. This is theodolites. D. Ross has been talking to surveyors that use theodolites. Well, they're local tools, D. Ross. Local surveyors use theodolites. In fact, all surveyors are local, right? How can you be somewhere
that's not local?
That's not local, yeah. And especially how do you... Is there any non-local measuring devices that you could use? I suppose you could use a map. You could measure a map, and technically that's not local, but you would definitely be local to the map. Yeah, you wouldn't be much of a surveyor if you just looked at a map and measured a map, would you? Technically, no, I don't think that's right.
Or take GPS coordinates and just put them on a paper.
This D. Ross is he's mixed up and all of that with his globe arguments. But do you want to know his response to the theodolites and how they do it? Method?
Angles?
Angles from reciprocal zeniths.
Oh man, that reciprocal zenith thing.
You just get your zenith and you reciprocate your angles from it.
Sounds like wizardry to me.
Wow, yeah. I mean, I bet somebody's told D. Ross and he's had to go, well, yeah, of course. Without actually going, go on, explain that to us. There you go. Look at this. It's always magic angle. So they just measure actual angles in reality. And then go, is globe. They get a theodolite and measure an angle, because obviously D. Ross sounds like he knows a lot about the geometry and how well angles are actually measured and how they work.
Mm.
And yeah, it sounds like you're doing well. Oh, well, this is turning into a good one. Tell us some more stories about your model. Do you want to come in, Ross? Come in and have a chat. I would love to hear about how they have told you about their angle measurements with theodolites. Maths and angles are wizardry. Says no 6th grade graduate. I don't understand that. Is that a model response? D. Ross. Star of
He
the show
heard it
tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just parroting what he hears.
Yeah, I've heard it all before a few times. I mean, especially for the text chat trolls. I mean, he's doing all right. I mean, I've heard it before. And I don't know what he's arguing against. But, I mean, hey. If you know that somebody's measured an angle, well, that obviously. You can... Is globe. He's measured an angle. Which one was it? Which one of the guys was it that taught you about these angles?
The reciprocal zenith angles.
I don't know. I think that's not
Probably flat Earth.
Angles from reciprocal zeniths. I think they might be different. Reciprocal zenith angles may be different than angles from reciprocal zeniths. You know how technical they get. You've heard it all before, and you've never shown how it's wrong. Well, I don't know what you've been showed us, Ross. It's like we've heard it all before, and it just doesn't make any sense. You would have to show us. Text chat trolls are like very good, but is there a difference between an angle from reciprocal zeniths and reciprocal zenith angles, for starters? And I'm wondering, does that make the angle from the horizontal to the vertical that is perpendicular, does it change that? Or does... Well, I guess that's it really, isn't it? Horizontal and vertical being perpendicular. Do you measure the horizontals and verticals not being perpendicular with your angles when you measure them? I've never really been too sure about it, Ross. One man's horizontal cannot be another man's vertical. See, there's Flat Tarn. That sounds like a realist with horizontals and verticals being parallel.
Mm-hmm. Perpendicular.
Ooh. Yeah, that's what they get taught. I mean, that's what he might be thinking about, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's the sort of stuff you get taught when you're really, really young. And it stuck with me. Vertical, horizontal, perpendicular. When I did graphs and all of that in school, you had the X and the Y, and all of the X's and all of the Y's were always parallel. They called one vertical and the other one horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone have anything different? I'm seeing. There you go. D. Ross says, they have the complete US geodetic survey online with all measurements and spherical excess. You guys can prove them wrong by showing that it's wrong by doing it yourself. I don't really need to do that.
That it's wrong, yeah.
Well, I think he's saying that triangles, spherical excess. You measure a triangle 180 degrees and go, we need a little bit of spherical excess, right? And somebody went, nah, you can't. He said, yeah, you can. Just add it on. It'd be right. But like, how would we triangulate? It's all right. Just add it on after. Doesn't matter. Just do normal stuff. And then we'll just add some angles on. I'm like, why? I don't know. Spherical. It's like a bonus. Geometry. It's like a bonus bit. You've got your triangles that have got 180 degrees, provably. Just add a bit more on. Like, why not?
It's like the Christmas bonus.
Yeah.
You know? Hey, why not just give a little bit of extra to everyone, you know? Make them happy.
Yeah.
It happens in other places. Just do it here, too.
Yeah, don't think about the implications of it at all. Don't worry about that. You'd still have to do your normal geometry. D. Ross, please. Math and angles aren't wizardry. It's what you think you can do with them. That's the wizardry. There's only actual geometry that has angles and stuff, and triangles have 180 degrees. I mean, I'm pretty sure that you're thinking you're a wizard who can conjure up a ball from horizontals and verticals. It's brilliant. It's just like, boom, add a bit, sprinkle a bit of excess on top of your triangles. You've just oh, that's what we were going to go over. Have we got Hoymar? He's disappeared, hasn't he? Yeah. We've got a thing from Stark Odder that I guess we could go over if he's not here. So yeah, we'll go over Stark Odder's thing in a bit. D. Ross, what's that? Okay. Then why in reality do triangles on the surface of the Earth have more than 180 degrees? They don't, D. Ross. I don't know who's told you that. Triangles only have 180 degrees. I mean, that's a provable geometric fact. Triangles don't have more than 180 degrees. They don't have less than 180 degrees. They always, every time, have exactly 180 degrees.
He'll probably say something like plumb lines now. Are going to be
spherical excess.
That's how
He's
you
got-
get plumb line.
McToons has got some stuff on his website that.
Hmm.
Oh, here's Hoymar. He's come back again. The vertical datum follows along the hump now with Hoymar. He must have been out for a bollocking for doing something.
Gotta go back and research.
Hoymar.
Come back with something new.
He's good. Hoymar's coming in. And he says the vertical datum, this is obviously on Blue's hump. Blue marble induced humpage. And Hoymar's saying the vertical datum follows along the hump, inverted commas. The inverted commas hump is part of the level surface.
Whoa.
Can you get this inside your head? This is just how level surfaces work on Earth. I take it model, inverted commas. Even if you don't believe Earth, little e, I don't know what he's doing, is an ellipsoid. He should really stop using little e, right? He needs the big E. Because you can't use little e like that. That's really getting confusing, isn't it? He should really capitalise his models. He can't. Oh, model. You can't really do that if you don't capitalise. Make a big E.
Big E Affliction.
Big E. Oh, big E. What dost thou predict? Have we got... Has he come back? Triangles, they don't have more than 180 degrees. D. Ross, he might not be listening. They're called spherical triangles. In your imagination, yeah, D. Ross. Triangles, in reality, 180 degrees. Provable. The ones that you want to add a little bit of excess angle to, you can't do. But, I mean, they stay in your head. Like the model. Keep your spherical triangles with your model in your head, because you're never going to be able to recreate them in reality. Fictional D&B. I call it, or you could call it an eighth or a quadrant of a semi-sphere, or just an eighth of a cube. The internal pieces of a perpendicular.
It's not a donagon. It's a perpendicular.
Oh, that's the internal one. Yeah. Perpendicular is the real one that they like to imagine shapes around. And D. Ross, if you're talking about existing, like in reality, yeah, they don't. There's no such thing. Spherical triangles do not exist. You can draw lines on a ball. That does not make a triangle. B-ball does that. That's not making a spherical triangle. That's drawing lines on a Euclidean sphere. And I say Euclidean meaning like a ball shape. You can draw lines on a marble, yeah. Go ahead. Won't make a triangle. You'll just end up drawing lines on a ball.
Got a great circle.
No. No.
What?
No, you cannot fabulize your circles. It's if you just draw a line around a ball, then that's just a line around the sphere, isn't it? It's like a circle. It's not fabulous.
What makes it so great? Ask yourself. My circle is greater than your circle.
He's
A
having
great
fun.
circle. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least DMB's having some fun. He must be talking to some flat earthers somewhere else. But he's having some fun with them. It's good. I like it. I like it when we can all get on well together. Realists, flat earthers, globe earthers, all you guys. There's only one group that defends a model though, isn't there? As far as I've seen. I mean, I don't need to defend reality. I'll talk about it anytime you want. I don't need to defend it. You don't like the shape of that hill over there? Well, I don't care. Doesn't bother me. It's everybody leveling up. I must have fixed it.
Can we have a hump in this model?
D. Ross, I'm loving this. I mean, I do like it, but he says, why do triangles measure on Earth's surface have the same characteristics as a triangle measured on a ball?
What?
Why does that reality not matter to you? Well, if you put a triangle 3 points on a ball and draw a straight line from each of them to the other one, then you would make a triangle. That triangle would have 180 degrees. Because the triangle doesn't have curved lines. It would just cut through the ball. You'd have to slice it off to be able to see the triangle, and that triangle would have 180 degrees. I mean, I know that. Triangles always have 180 degrees, D-Ross. I don't know.
No,
This is really strange that some people think that triangles have more than 180 degrees.
They do.
How can you measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees in reality, Rumpus?
Very easily. Been done. I told you, I gave you a link to MC Toon's resources, which we linked to a US geodetic survey, in which they showed that there was a spherical excess, as it's called, of triangles in the surveys, in the geodetic surveys they did. But anyway, I actually came in here. I just wondered I could give a brief presentation on drop and bulge, which seems to cause you such an enormous problem.
Drop and bulge?
Or, yeah, what do you call it? Bulge? Or hump? The hump, you call it.
The double drop and the hump. Are we talking about a water level?
No idea what you mean by double drop. That's just
You're
gibberish.
talking about a water level. Can we establish some facts, though, first? Right? Just some reality facts before we start. Now, we're talking about... Are you going to talk like as though we're talking about the bridge?
It's not specific to the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, but you could apply it to it.
Okay, so let's say we've got one side of the lake, bridge, whatever, and B, on the other side of the lake, bridge.
Yes.
Right, now, in reality, like we live in, there is a short...
we live in reality. Flipping heck, get on with it.
There is a shortest distance between A and B.
Yeah, you've asked me this question about a week ago,
right,
and I told you, yes, there is. It's a chord, and you'd have to drill
it's horizontal.
Under the ground to... No, it's not horizontal.
It's a straight line, though, right? From one to the other. Okay.
It's a chord. on a bloody sphere.
But-
It's a
Please
straight
don't yell,
line.
Rumpus.
You have
Please.
to go underground.
Yeah.
I know, but I mean, we've had.
Well,
this, I don't know whether he
Blue
doesn't
said
remember
we
what
could
we've
call
done.
it horizontal if you wanted
yeah, I know,
to.
He shouldn't have said
He
that.
shouldn't have said that. Oh, is that the mistake that Blue's made? See, there you go, Rakia. The Rumpus, he did say, like, Rumpus has said he made a mistake with the horizontal thing.
Well, he obviously had a bad.
Did he have
as
a mistake
said,
with the
this
tangent
was-
plane as well?
This was days and weeks later, Rumpus.
Yeah.
So it's another mistake he made.
No, it's
Like
the same. It was the same. He did one slide, which he
Right.
obviously he was
Yeah.
commentating. Stop interrupting. He was commentating on your thing, and he used one old slide with a commentary. And he obviously, for some reason or another, he wasn't concentrating, and he didn't. And he said himself, he used an old slide information
Okay, that's
on a
one.
new
That's
thing.
one.
Yeah.
Now the
Okay.
The
second
key thing
mistake,
is, hold on. Let me just
You're
finish the
interrupting.
point. Let me just finish the point. Let me just finish the point.
you just
Let
finished
me
the
just
point.
finish the point, and then you can answer. What is important is what Blue.
You're not
believes.
asking me. A question.
Let me just make a point, and then you can have 5 seconds time.
Yeah, let him tell us what
Oh.
Blue Mate got wrong.
Right. We
Come on.
know what's important is what Blue meant to say, what is in his head.
Oh,
not the fact that he-
right.
Oh, my
Okay.
God.
Okay.
Can
Go
I
on.
just
Go
finish
on.
the
You tell
point?
us.
Can I
Blue
just-
spokesperson.
I
Yeah,
could
yeah.
just finish the point, then you
Yeah.
can make yours. So we know what he meant to say. We know what he.
Who does?
We're talking
Who
about
knows?
Blue. Well, the sensible people know what he meant.
Oh, well,
And
he
you
did
know
say
what
he
I
could
said.
call the
Oh,
chord
my God.
horizontal.
You're going to let me finish a sentence?
Okay,
I
go
can
on then.
just get
Go
to
on then.
5
Tell us
seconds,
tell
and
us
then
what
you
he
can
got
get a
wrong.
go.
Go on.
Right, so he had said he used some old slide in part of that quick commentary. He only had that slide up, I think, for a few seconds,
Yeah.
and he commentated, and he just hadn't prepared it as he wished, he said himself, but it does not reflect what he believes in his head.
He was
said
telling
Okay,
us about the GPS system and how Jesse and what Jesse was
well,
doing.
that's correct. That's
Yeah.
absolutely correct.
Right, so it was a
Alright.
mistake to put the slide
No.
up, and it was a mistake
the
to call the
slide-
chord
it was-
horizontal, and it
No,
was
he
a
called
mistake
the
to
chord.
call the elevation
He
above the
called-
tangent
he
plane.
called-
Rumpus, you're interrupting.
Correct.
Rumpus, you talk forever. Now Bev is talking.
I haven't
and
talked
you're
for it. I've
interrupting.
had about 2 sentences without interrupting.
You
Go ahead.
interrupted every sentence Bev did. So are you
I've
done
barely
with
been
your
able to
point?
get 2 sentences out without you interrupting me, you twat.
Yeah, but we let you go
Rumpus.
to your point.
No, you didn't
heard-
let me do
Rumpus,
anything.
please.
We heard
This is
everything you
Model
said.
Afflicted Mondays. Please don't
Right,
start
awesome.
swearing or
Yeah, but I'm
upsetting
being
any of the
overtalked,
mods.
even though
Please,
without-
yes,
I've
but
only had
Rumpus,
not one sentence
please,
without
can
being
you
overtalked.
act like a grown-up, please, Rumpus?
In which case, don't overtalk me then. You're the
I'm
one
not-
who's
Okay, so
incapable.
you made your
You see, there
point,
you go
right?
again.
Okay.
I can't make a point without
You're just saying the
you
same
or
thing over
Rakia
and over again.
interrupting me.
If
Go
you would
ahead.
not say things, you don't mind, right? So Rumpus, the first mistake he made was posting that graph, right? Just say yes or no. Yes, you've already answered that. The
Well, he
second
made
mistake,
the slide
probably.
essentially
you don't
was
have
correct.
to explain again, Rumpus.
You just asked me a question, you
I
moron!
said you
I'm
said
trying
yes.
to answer the question. You just
You're just-
asked me,
you
but
just
you
can't
can't
argue.
cope with
You're
an
on your
answer,
last
can
warning,
you?
Rumpus.
You're
Please
a
keep your
rude
voice
little
down. I'm going to
twat.
have to turn you down a
Calm
bit,
down,
Rumpus.
Rumpus.
I'm just
Calm down.
trying to answer the
I'm
question
turning
that
you down.
Rakia asked me. That's
You've
all I'm
already
trying to
answered
do.
it.
Right, yeah,
You've
but
already
I
answered.
haven't. No, I haven't.
Yes, you went through a 5-minute
To
call.
answer your question.
Just turn him down a bit,
You're
Rakia.
talking twat.
You said yes, it was a
No,
mistake.
then
You've
let me
already
answer
answered.
the question.
You've
The
already
slide
answered it.
oh my god, the slide was essentially correct, but he happened to have some old.
We heard you the first time, Rumpus.
And if you've turned me down, Bev,
If
I'm
you would
gonna-
let me-
It was essentially correct,
Right,
but
have
he
you
got
turned me
everything
down?
wrong on it,
Am I gonna
and he
have to
shouldn't
go?
really have put the slide up.
So,
Now,
Bev, Have
Rumpus.
you turned me down? I'm just going to check. Because if you have, I'm going to go.
If
Okay.
you would let me
Okay.
make my second point, Rumpus, because we've heard your
Just checking
explanation
the
on the
volume
phone.
here.
We don't
Right,
care if you stay or go, but
Okay.
you understand that, right?
You
Mhm.
either restore my volume, Bev, or I'm leaving.
See you later.
Right.
Bye.
Yeah, see, Flat Tarn said turn it down. I'm at the beckon of all everybody else, so yeah, sorry. Okay, so Rumpus has come in to explain about the Blue and the mistakes, because you did say, Rakia, that Blue had left some mistakes in, but not on that slide. But Rumpus seems to think that Blue showing the slide was a mistake, one. Then he said that it was a mistake for Blue to call the chord horizontal, which is mistake 2. And then Blue said that he'd made a mistake saying the tangent plane, internal. So that's 3, and that I think they were the only things he was talking about, really, about other than showing the Imagine hump. Should I get that one? I'll just get the clip because I don't want Rumpus to misrepresent Blue, because that would be bad, wouldn't it? So here we go. This is Blue's clip. I'm just putting it for everybody. This is the clip that Rumpus was talking about. That Rumpus has said that Blue, the mistake was Blue showing this slide. So here we go.
Level is not a straight horizontal line. Let's see. Let's take a look at that.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
This is what Jesse did.
And bam.
He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen. He took a point at the start of that causeway, and he took an end point over on the right-hand end of the screen, that yellow dot.
And bam.
And he drew the chord line between those 2 points.
I nailed that.
The ellipsoid is this green line that my cursor's tracing right now, right? And the causeway is this dotted red line up here. Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
Did we lose sound or something?
Level is this curved
on the level
green line of the ellipsoid, or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what GPS would be telling you.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
That would be that chord line up to the causeway.
I nailed that.
So hopefully that makes some sense, because nothing those guys said made any sense.
Right, I've left the clip at the end because it says, Blue said you can make your own slide without my logo on it. That one is protected by copyright. Maybe the Blue Marble, he might have got the, or maybe he meant the slide, or maybe he meant the copyright, the video that he put this slide on when he was talking to us about the GPS. I'm unaware of which one it is. We do have plenty of people talking about it. It's a training slide, this now, for next level. If you want to come over and come and talk to us about the Blues hump, Blue Marble induced Imagine hump, I'm calling it.
Training for what?
Oh. Sorry?
Training for what?
The training for seeing whether you can spot the model.
Spot the model? What are you talking about?
Are you okay? Are you on your phone again?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds like it. Hey, yeah, it's training to see why. I mean, like, why do you think Blue called it an internal tangent plane? Why did you think?
I don't know. I don't know, and I don't particularly care.
Can you remember driving over the bridge?
What are you talking about?
In the car. Plotting all them points.
What are you talking about?
Driving over the bridge.
I don't own a car.
Oh.
I don't live in Lake
No, not you.
Yeah.
Jesse Kozlowski's, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Brenda, you've seen that, haven't you?
Not particularly.
See,
it was really long. I really didn't listen to it.
Do you think the problem was? I think was when Blue said about the horizontal chord that he later called a tangent plane. Well, is it because there's a vertical change from that? Because I mean, like in reality, the shortest distance from A to B is always a horizontal line, isn't it? Always.
No, that's not true.
No, I mean, yeah, in reality, it has to be, yeah.
No, that's just not true.
Well, the shortest distance is definitely a straight line, and then the shortest distance from A to B is a horizontal, always.
No, that's false.
Are you sure when you say that? I mean, like, I don't know. In reality, I can definitely say this for absolutely 100% sure that the shortest distance from A to B is a horizontal, measured. Because that's what they do. That's how they measure the shortest distance from A to B.
That's just not true.
Well, if it's not horizontal, what is the shortest distance from A to B? If it's not on a horizontal plane measurement.
It could be a circle. It could be a great circle route.
A circle? No, it's a straight line, A to B.
A great circle route.
Yeah, but I mean, fabulize your circles as much as you want. Put glitter on it as well. Put, like,
you don't know what a great circle is.
Fancy tassels on it. Well, I mean,
you really don't.
It's a circle, isn't it?
And you claim to know geometry, but you don't know what a great circle is, do you?
Well, it's a circle. It's like, you know.
That's great.
See, yeah, I mean, like you're calling fantastic.
What makes it great, Brenda?
You think a great circle's shorter than a straight line from A to B?
Nobody here knows what a great circle is.
Do you think it's shorter than a straight line on a horizontal plane? In reality, there is a shorter distance than a straight line on a horizontal plane for you in reality.
I'll switch microphones.
Yeah, come on. I would. I'd get prepared for this. This is going to be good. I'm going to put the kettle on.
And I want to know what makes a circle great.
We might get an answer to the Bob conundrum, you know, the shorter distance than a straight line. It sounds like Brenda's got it here.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not so sure how you get a circle to be shorter than a straight line distance, though. But I mean, I'm having it.
Why not?
Yeah,
sounds like it's
model afflicted Monday. I mean, let's have it.
Yeah, surely it can't be just call it great.
I still want to know stuff, you know. I still could be living on a ball, but I just want to know.
Yeah, I mean, there could be. I mean, I know daily the amount of stuff that gets revealed to me through the simplicity and going backwards and forwards, right, all the time, always back to the beginning, to the first principles. I'm learning so much, but I'm unaware of anything so far that's shorter than a straight line distance, and in reality, that distance would have to be on a horizontal plane.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that sounds loads better.
Loads better, yes, I know.
Yes.
Still a little hazy.
So you don't know what a great circle is, do you, Bev? You don't know, do you, Bev?
Is it?
I don't know. I want to know.
Is it shorter than a straight line distance on a horizontal plane?
I'm just going to laugh at you because you're
Go on then, please tell us.
Yeah.
I'm eagerly waiting.
I'm just going to laugh at you. You don't know what a great circle is, and you call yourself a geometer. No, I'm going to. No, how about you do some work and look things up and learn?
Brenda, that's where you're falling short.
Yeah. Why don't you work it?
You're straw manning the argument.
Work it.
It's not straw man. I'm not misrepresenting anything. I asked him what a great circle was. That's not a straw man. That's a question.
Horizontal straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points.
Yeah, I said the shortest distance in some cases, is a great circle route. And you
that's
people
shorter than
have
a horizontal distance in a straight line.
and you people have no fucking clue.
That's brilliant.
What I'm
Wow.
even talking about.
Can you please stop with the language, Brenda? I mean, you're the second one today. This model affliction. I mean, don't get upset. And there's no need to start swearing.
What's wrong with
we try and keep calm on a model afflicted Mondays.
Yeah, but
you know, a circle is
where I usually go
is a
with
faster
people.
route
They're adults
Right
and they can use strong language, but that's okay.
Yeah, we are adults here. Yeah.
No,
there's no children here, but we
No,
do
you're
like
all
to
children.
keep it educational. And
For instance, you have
just
no
in
idea
case.
how conversations work. You're incapable of.
Can we
we
keep
have
on track,
conversations all
please?
the time over here. Yeah. Come on, Brenda.
Can we keep on track? The shorter distance than a straight line horizontal distance in your is a great circle. Now, is a great circle like a fabulous circle?
I don't know. Why don't you find out? This could be a chance for you to learn something.
Okay, just a
and
minute.
you don't learn. But the thing is,
circles.
Bev, why are you mumbling to yourself? So, the thing
I'm just
is,
Googling fabulous.
Yes, there you
circles.
go. There you go.
Says they are better, actually. Yeah.
Fabulous circles are better.
In fact,
So you
check
don't.
these ones out. Trismegatus circles.
Is that a dinosaur circle?
Trismegatus.
No, mate.
I bet Brenda
It's,
knows what
thrice-
Trismegatus is. I bet he's researched them.
Thrice great. That's a little clue.
Herculean circles. What about them? They're strong, aren't they? Come on, Brenda. We're just joshing with you. Of course we know. Straight line circles, aren't they? They're circles that you can imagine straight lines.
Yeah, you just got
tangent
a 2D plane.
chords. Yeah.
Yeah. You just get a 2D plane, you cut it a three-dimensional sphere in half. That's all you do. That's all a great circle is, Brendan.
No, it's.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
No.
Tangent arc chord. Put them together and then
So,
add a few more
on a
tangents on
sphere.
top of that. Why not?
So on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 points would be a great circle route, wouldn't it?
Well, the shortest distance between those 2 points would still be a horizontal distance in reality.
Well, it is the shortest
even
distance.
if you were standing on a ball,
on a sphere.
on a sphere.
Yeah.
On a sphere. Are you measuring?
Yes, on a sphere, not
Okay.
through a
So
sphere.
you have to
on a
do.
sphere.
Is this geometry on a sphere, like circus geometry? Oh,
Is that
I
what
heard
you
a
think?
joke today. Oh, in fact, I made it up. What do you call a sphere without a radius?
$2D sphere.
A 2D surface. Do you like it, Brenda? It's good, isn't it? It's got a ring to it. It's funny, isn't it? Because a 2D surface is a plane.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. Length times breadth. That's pretty much in the in Euclid right at the very beginning. I think it's number 5, definition number 5 in book 1. Length is one dimension and then breadth is the other one, isn't it?
Yeah, but the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, but it's not a plane.
Yeah, you don't have a radius, do you? It's a sphere without a radius.
So you agree with me that the surface of a sphere is
A circle-
two-dimensional?
Yeah, but
Circle has to have a radius.
2D's.
Yeah.
a plane.
So you agree with me, Beth?
2D's a plane, Brenda, right?
No, not always.
Well, when is it not a plane? When it's in your imagination?
When it's the surface of a sphere.
A surface of a sphere without a radius.
I said a surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, isn't it?
It's without a radius. How big's a sphere? How big is a sphere without a radius? Who knows? It's 2D. That's right, isn't it?
No.
No.
You're wrong.
Well, how big is
So you're agreeing with me.
How big is a sphere without a radius?
It's irrelevant.
How big is a radiusless sphere?
Does the surface of a sphere include the radius?
I would doubt it because it's you say it's 2D, and a 2D surface is like a plane surface. So I'm lost as to words as to how you think it relates to a sphere. But I'm guessing, seeing as it's in your imagination, you can imagine it however you want. But you don't ever get out of 2D geometry. It's 2D thinking, Brenda. You need to come out and get it back into reality, I'm telling you. Come on. Let's try and make a model in reality. Or are you just going to keep it in your imagination? It's the best place for it. I'd say anyway. Keep it in your head, right? But tell us about it. Tell us about your great circles. And how they can be shorter distances than a horizontal in reality.
Do you think that's possible, Brenda? To have a shorter distance than between 2 points?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you think it's possible to have a shorter distance than between 2 points? Like a line?
It's a definition or a postulate of geometry.
Definition or a postulate? They're they're not the same, right? Or have you just forgotten which one it is?
They kind of can be. So it's one of the axioms.
Oh, it's an axiom now. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
is it a definition, a postulate, or an axiom?
It's an axiom of Euclidean geometry that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
I'm asking you, what do you think?
It is not.
That's what I think.
That's not an axiom.
It is.
Well, I've never seen it. Can you cite us which one? Which axiom is it? I've got a book here. I'm not even going to bother opening it because I know you're not going to say anything.
There's 5 of them, I think, with Euclid's elements.
While you're checking to see that it's not an axiom, Brenda, answer the original question, please, because you diverted there. Do you think it's possible to travel a shorter distance than the distance between point A and point B, a straight line? Do you think that's possible in reality?
Google it.
Well, she lives on a ball, so her reality is just great circles along the surface.
Brenda, you there? Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
You gonna make me say it again now?
I think that on a sphere, right, the shortest distance between any 2 points is not a straight line, it's a great circle.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you. I know how you think about your great circle. I didn't ask you that. If you don't want to answer the question, no problem. I'm not going to press you.
What?
I don't want to answer.
No, but that's my answer. On a surface of a sphere, right, the shortest distance between any 2 points is a great circle.
So what you're saying then is, yes, in reality, we can travel a shorter distance than the distance between 2 points, a straight line. That's what you're saying. Right, Brenda?
That sentence didn't make any sense.
I get it. A great circle is a circle on a 2D surface.
Yeah.
Okay. So any lines on that would have to be straight. Right? Isn't it?
Huh?
Well, a circle is a 2D shape. And is that the great circle that's a 2D? Because you said it's on a 2D surface. So a line, a circle on a 2D surface would be like a circle, like it's a shape, a circle. Is that how great your circle is? Or is it great for other reasons?
You said you knew what a great circle is.
Yeah.
Then why are you asking me?
Oh, look, Hoymar's put that picture in there. That's great, isn't it? It must have been when they were losing altitude.
So, Brenda, the question that didn't make sense, you care to answer it?
I mean, it literally, it didn't, the sentence itself didn't make any sense at all. So I think what you're trying to ask me is, like, in reality, right? And stuff. No, I'm not talking about.
Yes, in reality, yes, Brenda, in reality.
Yeah, please
talking
stick to
about
reality. Yes.
We're talking about geometry, not reality.
Yeah, in reality, yes. Definitely. That's where we all are. And if any of us are going to do geometry, we will be doing it in reality. So, yes, please continue to talk about reality. Doing geometry
in reality.
Yeah.
In reality, the shortest distance between any 2 points is a geodisc.
A geodisc?
Geodis is a...
Oh, come on. Get them to spell it right next time when they're prompting you with these things. Yeah, come on.
Geodesic.
There you go. See, they got it right at the end. Give them a slap on the wrist. Tell them to not make you look so stupid next time.
What are you talking about?
Who's helping you?
Nobody's helping me.
Oh, what? 3 attempts?
Are you paranoid?
A geodisc.
Do you think people are helping me?
Where did geodisc come from?
Do you think people are helping me?
Was it Google that spelt it wrong, or?
Do you think people are helping? I didn't Google anything.
So that's a straight line, right? A geodesic is the straightest line between 2 points.
Yeah.
Which in reality is on a horizontal plane. Yes.
That's not a horizontal plane.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, the shortest distance is a straight line, and that is on a horizontal plane. Because if it's not, you end up with a hypotenuse, don't you? And that's longer. You know how right-angled triangles work. Do you know how right-angled triangles work?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how radiuses and tangents work?
Sure.
Right. So what you could do is you could imagine that point A is the start point, and point B is the shortest distance from A to B. Right? And then what you could do is you could imagine that at point A, you're at the tangent point of a circle. And if you imagine from A to B as being the radius, then you can put a tangent there, and that would be at 90 degrees to it. So when that line's horizontal, the other one's vertical. It's brilliant. That
Where
you could
is
do
point
that all the way around, couldn't you?
Right. So I can
A
imagine. Or I can imagine a circle.
Yeah.
You said a circle or a sphere?
Well, you can imagine a straight line. That's the point, right? A straight line from A to B, as though you can imagine it's a radius if you wanted to. If that helps you, if that helps you understand what a straight line is, let's call it a radius, because you do understand that a radius is definitely a straight line, isn't it? The shortest distance from A to B. If we imagine that's a radius, then you definitely know that that's a straight line.
If we imagine that the line from A to B is also a radius, is that what you meant?
If it is, yes. If that, just imagine, for instance, that you could call that a radius, yes.
Sure.
And you could go both ways with it as well, couldn't you then? So if you went both ways and you could be a straight line, it would be called a diameter. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that circle that you've just made with that straight line is a straight line. You could say it's on a plane, a 2D shape, a circle.
Yeah.
Right. Now, at each end of that, you could put a perpendicular to that plane, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, now, if that's the shortest distance from A to B, and that's on a horizontal plane, you know what a horizontal is?
So to get it straight here, right, you have a circle on a flat surface.
Well, it's a circle, you know.
But it's
I'm
on
keeping it geometric for you, so you can understand.
But it's on a plane, right?
A circle, yeah.
Right? You have a diameter and the 2 points of the diameter, A and B, right? At each of those points, you can construct a tangent, right?
If you wanted to, yeah, a tangent to that. You could make a square around it if you want to, yeah. Let's do that. Is that what you want to do?
So you have a diameter. You have the diameter of a circle on a plane, and 2 points, A and B, opposite ends of that diameter.
Yeah.
At each of those points, you can construct a tangent line, right?
Yeah, to make a square, or are you making a tangent line, a vertical tangent line? Are you coming off the plane now, making a...
Well, you could do that.
Perpendicular
you could
to
do
it.
that.
Yeah. Well, you could make a tangent plane, couldn't you? And that would be like the squaring it all off, and also the vertical, right? You could make vertical planes there on tangents if you wanted to, right?
So the question, so those two tangents at A and B, if they're still on the plane, they would be parallel to each other, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. Yeah. They'd be perpendicular to the plane of the circle, both of them, and therefore they would be parallel. Yeah. All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
So what is the point of all this?
Yeah, we were just going over the shortest distance between A and B. To show
on
you.
A plane.
Yeah.
Right, on the plane, right. The shortest distance is between A and B. Yeah, so what?
Well, if that plane is horizontal, then all the perpendiculars to it would be a parallel, and that'd be a tough job for you, wouldn't it? I bet you'd go, whoa, not
perpendiculars to what?
Well, if it's a horizontal plane, the 2D thing that you made, the circle, if that's horizontal, then all
horizontal to
perpendiculars
what,
to it.
though? Horizontal to what?
Do you not know what horizontal is?
Yeah, but it has to be in
Just
relation to something else.
Yeah, horizontal.
Well, a plane just, floating around there, it isn't horizontal to anything.
If it's horizontal, it is horizontal, yeah.
To what?
Horizontal. Like, do you not know what horizontal is?
Yeah, it means in relation to something else.
Like go on. Tell us what you think a horizontal would be in relation to.
So far, Bev, right, we have a circle that is on a plane and a diameter of that circle, and then two
I'm just taking a piss with you, Brenda. I know you haven't got horizontal planes on your model.
And then two perpendiculars.
Yeah, I know.
Constructed at points A and B.
Yeah.
Those lines form two parallel lines on the surface of the plane.
Yeah.
But now you're saying that the plane itself is horizontal.
I said if the plane is horizontal. That's why I'm taking the piss. 'Cause
Horizontal
I know you
to
don't
what?
have horizontal planes, do you?
But horizontal to what? Horizontal to what?
Well, if it's horizontal to a vertical in the middle, let's say in the middle, we'll put a vertical in the middle, right, where we started off with our points that we went either way. So we've got three, right, perpendiculars to that plane. But the one in the middle, the one in the middle is vertical, right? It's a plumb bob, and it's perpendicular to the whole plane of the circle that you've just done.
No, so you're going off of the plane?
No, I'm just saying we establish a plane right in the middle, and in the middle of that, it is perpendicular.
Well, a plane is... So, the circle is on a plane, right?
The circle is a plane. It's a 2D shape. You know what? We're happy with a 2D shape being a circle.
Did you say the circle is a plane?
Oh, what?
Is 2D a plane, Brenda?
Did you say that a circle is a plane? Okay. Obviously, they're not.
Is circle
right?
2D?
That must have been a mistake.
Is a 2D a plane?
That must have been a mistake. Circles aren't planes. They are planar, but they're not planes.
Oh, nice correction. Thank you very much. I'm glad you corrected me there. So this plane shape, a 2D shape, a circle. Yeah?
What? You mean the circle, not the plane?
A plane shape.
Are you talking about
I'm just
the
using
circle?
Technical words, I know. I mean, it's hard work, isn't it?
Are you talking about the circle or the plane it resides on?
Circle is a shape.
Yes, a circle is a shape.
Okay, now, if we put that circle on a plane and we make that plane horizontal.
Horizontal to what?
A plane that's horizontal. We put the circle on a horizontal plane.
Is that plane that the circle is on is horizontal to another plane?
I'll just have to inform everybody. Brenda's doing this because Brenda has a model that doesn't support horizontal planes. And the confusion is really obvious.
I absolutely support horizontal planes. Of course.
Right. So let's say a circle is on a horizontal plane. Now, since you support them, we know what you're talking about, and you know what we're talking about. Now, all the way around the outside of the circumference of that circle, you could put perpendicular to it, couldn't you? To the plane of the circle. Perpendicular.
To the plane of the circle? I think you mean to the surface of the circle, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So you still haven't answered my question because it doesn't seem to me you know what horizontal means. Do you not know what horizontal means?
Yeah, of course I do. It's horizontal, Brenda.
Do
you not know what horizontal means? Because, I mean,
it means
all horizontals are parallel to each other. Whenever we use a horizontal, in reality, we measure a vertical change in between the horizontal planes, and we say that's an elevation change. With those of us that actually use the tools and do this.
We're just talking about geometry here. We're just talking about geometry.
Right, straight line distances. Yeah. That's all about geometry. Yep.
Yeah, a horizontal, right? A horizontal plane would be perpendicular, right, to another plane or line, right?
Yeah, you could have all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Right, that's the definition.
All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Yes.
Okay. Now, if you put that plane in a horizontal position.
What's a horizontal position?
Wow, Brenda.
But you haven't defined
that basic. Well, because you don't. You seriously, you don't know. Has anybody got? I've got some really basic stuff, right? Horizontal.
We're doing math. And you're introducing terms that you haven't defined or proven.
Yeah, all right.
You haven't proven or defined what a horizontal
Here's a
position
graph.
is.
Here's a graph.
You're just
See, look.
mumbling to
Here's a
yourself.
test. Place a horizontal line across the graph. Do you think you could do that, Brenda?
So are we talking about planes
There's a
or
little
lines
there's
now?
a red arrow there, so you can have a look at it.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. So that you understand what a horizontal line is, do you?
Of course.
Brilliant. A
But
horizontal
you don't.
line is the representation of a horizontal plane on a vertical plane.
On a vertical plane?
Yes. That's what that horizontal line and that picture is. It's the representation of a horizontal plane on a vertical plane. Like the picture there is a vertical plane.
It's not a vertical plane.
Yeah, it looks
The
like
picture
it,
isn't
doesn't
a
it?
vertical plane. The picture
on my
is just
TV
the
it
coordinates. The picture is just
on my
axes.
TV, and that guy stood there. I'm guessing he's not led down. It's like on a whiteboard that, so it's a vertical plane. That's why we can say it's horizontal, because it runs from
The plane
right
that figure is the plane that figure is on isn't horizontal. It's vertical.
Yes. Which is why I said that horizontal line is a representation of the plane on the vertical plane.
Well,
Have a
the
look.
plane.
See what a horizontal is, right? All horizontal lines can be developed into horizontal planes because
Yeah, I
they're the
agree with that.
same thing. All
I agree with that.
horizontals are parallel. Right? The vertical has two axes, X and Y. The horizontal axis is just one, Z. We call it the vertical datum. It only needs one coordinate on the vertical datum, Brenda. I'll see if I can get you some more horizontal help. Here we go. Here's a.
There's
a horizontal plane. There's only one horizontal plane, and there's two vertical planes. Now, so anytime you have one of those planes, right, the lines on them are representations of the other two. When you go into 2D,
yeah,
that's how the planes work, right?
No, I understood all of that.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I understood all that.
So,
and you say
the horizontal
and so what
plane,
is the vertical? What is the vertical axis in that picture?
Do you think that was done by a flat earther? That picture, or do you think that's a accurate representation of mathematical with the X, Y, and Z plane?
I don't see how it matters. I don't see how it matters.
Really? You don't see how the planes matter? I bet that's because you don't really have a horizontal plane and you want to obfuscate it for a bit longer.
I don't know what you're talking about. You've
seen the problems of the horizontal plane on your model.
Who makes a figure doesn't matter, does it?
Like that one. Do you like that? Contour lines. That's good, isn't it? Because they're all definitely horizontal planes all the way through. Slices, horizontal slices, all the way through that to develop the elevation marks of all of the mountains and stuff.
Yeah. So
that's good.
Are you reaching a point here somewhere?
Horizontals. Yeah, it's just all horizontal planes and lines, obviously, because the lines are just developments of the plane. But all of them are parallel, aren't they? All horizontals are parallel. Should I say it some more? I mean, it's an obvious fact, isn't it?
When you define, right, a vertical axis.
There we go. Yeah.
What is that? Y?
There you go.
Is that Y or is that X?
It says children are introduced to horizontal lines in year 3. Can you see the horizontal lines in that picture? Oh, it does say there's 2. Shit, it gives it away a bit, that, doesn't it? But can you guess which two lines in that picture, Brenda, are horizontal?
Yeah, of course.
Good. So we're learning tonight. We've got it understood now what horizontal is. So can we imagine a plane in a horizontal position? Can you imagine a plane in a horizontal position? I can. That's one of the things that I can actually imagine.
You still haven't defined what a horizontal position is.
Again, children in year 3 are introduced to horizontal lines. So in these lines, if these two lines here are horizontal and you develop planes from them in the horizontal position, do you think you might understand what horizontal is?
So you mean horizontal with respect to the surface, the two-dimensional surface of that image, right?
That arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the one that children in year 3
get
to understand. Yeah.
But you haven't defined what a horizontal position is.
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah, I need to go and make a brew. Does anybody else want to try and attempt to explain to Brenda the confusing concept of horizontal?
No,
I mean,
understand.
it's a model affliction. This is quite strong.
No, I understand what a horizontal is.
Oh, well, why do you keep asking me then?
No, you introduced a new term called a horizontal position, and you didn't define it.
I said a horizontal plane, Brenda.
You said a horizontal, that the plane is in the horizontal position.
Yeah, that's called a horizontal plane in the horizontal position. And you could put a circle on that plane. That circle would be a two-dimensional shape on a horizontal plane in the horizontal position. Couldn't
you
it?
You haven't defined what the horizontal position is. You can't introduce new terms in an argument
horizontal position. It must be a new term.
It is.
Yeah.
It's undefined.
It's undefined now. Wow.
Yes. So you need to define it.
Who undefined horizontal?
No, you didn't define it.
Okay. A horizontal, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. How about that? Is that good enough for you? I'm going to go and make me brew now. So talk to the lads.
You haven't defined what the plane of the horizon is. Why does he keep introducing new terms?
I haven't heard any new terms being introduced.
When you're doing math, right? When you're trying to make an argument, a mathematical argument, you have to define your terms.
Well, yeah, they're defined already. You just have to know what the word means, and you don't know what the word means.
No, within the argument, you have to define. You have to declare your definitions.
When you say position, what do you want from them? Do you want like some predetermined position somewhere, like a XY coordinate or something? It doesn't make any sense. Why you would say position?
Bev said, imagine a plane in the horizontal position, right? And he didn't define what the horizontal position is. He still hasn't.
Horizontal is horizontal. It's a 2D
definition. No, saying horizontal is horizontal is uninformative. It doesn't say anything.
Well, like he said, we're going back to this now. You're trying to make your model make sense, which it doesn't make any sense. So
we're not talking about my model.
Yeah, well, you're using the lingo you have to back up your model with, because a horizontal can just be level. It's not deviating. It's just it's very defined in two-dimensional Euclidean geometry what horizontal is.
Yeah, I agree.
So we can't define our terms then properly. So what's the point of arguing then?
What do you mean you can't define your terms properly?
If you want a position out of a horizontal plane, but we're giving you what that position is. It's horizontal. You're not.
Yeah. You're not telling me what horizontal position is.
You just want a vertical. You want to throw in a vertical to make your horizontal, I think. I don't know why you're doing that. You're wanting some sort of predetermined position of this horizontal, but it's just a two-dimensional plane.
When you argue, whether it's in Euclidean geometry or anything else in mathematics, you need to define all the terms.
You don't argue Euclidean geometry. At least,
of course you do.
No normal person argues
Of
Euclidean
course you do.
geometry. No, you don't, Brenda.
Of course you do. If you declare, for instance, that all triangles, right, their interior degrees add up to 180 degrees, then you argue for that. You have an argument, a proof that you would prove that. You'd have a conjecture and then a proof. That's what I call
it's an
arguing.
axiom, Brenda. It's axiomated. Triangle axiom. Triangles always have the sum of two right angles.
It doesn't matter. Say, pick any other proposition, right? Then you argue for that proposition.
Not in Euclidean geometry, you don't, Brenda.
Of course you do.
No, well, you do, but that just shows everybody how you are, Brenda.
Can you have a conjecture?
No normal person would ever attempt to argue Euclidean geometry. Geometry isn't something that you should be able to. Well, in fact, you can't argue it. It's a book of proofs. It wouldn't be a book of proofs if you could argue it.
No, but you can have a conjecture. You can have a conjecture, can't you?
That's not a proof, isn't it? It's not a.
You can
it's
have
not an axiom. It's not a definition. It's not a proposition.
You can have a conjecture in Euclidean geometry, can you not? You can't have a conjecture?
It's just you're trying to define something in Euclidean geometry. Everything's defined already.
That's not what I'm talking about. You could have a conjecture. Right?
Go on then. What's your main conjecture, Brenda? Go on, give us your best. Go on, give us one. Go on, give us one off the top of your head.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Give us your finest conjecture.
The point is, you would have a conjecture.
Not against Euclidean geometry, you wouldn't, because, like I say, it's a perfect book of proofs. You can't fault it. Especially.
Yes, I know. So you'd have a conjecture within Euclidean geometry, and then you would have an argument, that a proof, a series of that would depend on basically the axioms of geometry, right? And one would come from the other.
On the axioms.
And then,
I'm not too sure about that. They're self-evident truths.
And then the conclusion, right, would confirm the conjecture, right? That's an argument.
Are you trying to convince yourself there, Brenda? Because did you do well? Did you convince yourself that you're right in this?
This is all a question. Do you know what a conjecture? You know what a conjecture is, right?
Did we get away from the horizontal plane and the position and your understanding of a horizontal plane, or did we get to the point that you actually admit that you don't have horizontal planes on your model, or do you not know your model well enough?
We absolutely.
Or are you scared to say that? Yeah, I don't have horizontal planes on my model, but you do in reality.
We absolutely have.
You do have horizontal planes. Brilliant.
On the globe model, we absolutely have horizontal planes. Of course.
Okay, now all of those perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be parallel, and as everybody knows, perpendicular to a horizontal is a vertical, isn't it?
Right. So that's wrong. What you said is just. It's just wrong. You can have more than one.
Perpendicular to a horizontal is definitely vertical.
You can have more than one vertical
Oh, you can have infinite verticals on the horizontal plane. Absolutely, yes.
No,
all of them would be perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
No.
Yeah.
So all of the
that's what a horizontal
verticals
is and vertical. They're always perpendicular.
On the globe
on
Earth.
Your model. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, on the globe Earth.
Yeah,
right.
There
you can have
is
an
no
infinite...
such thing as a horizontal plane.
Well, of course there is.
Oh, but on the horizontal plane, all the perpendiculars will be parallel.
No, that's
all
not true.
perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are vertical. I mean, obviously.
Do you not understand our model?
Our model? Who's here with you?
The globe model.
I know. Okay, yeah. That's why I'm saying on your model there is no geometric horizontal planes because
yes, there is.
You can't have all of the perpendiculars to a plane being parallel, can you? If it's horizontal.
Bev, on our model, you can have a horizontal plane.
Okay. But not all of the perpendiculars to it will be vertical.
All of the perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel, right?
Yeah.
And vertical.
I'm vertical. So we can have parallel verticals then, can we?
They'll be perpendicular to that plane. They won't be vertical.
Oh, I thought you just said they would be.
Well, how is vertical defined?
How is perpendicular to horizontal?
No, that's not how vertical is defined.
Perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, then, okay.
That's false. There's no
that's
plane of the horizon. There's no plane.
Yeah, that's vertical.
There's no plane of the horizon. There's no plane of the horizon.
Vertical. I'm pretty sure I've got. Have you got a definition of vertical that you want to use, right? Because you know I've got definitions of vertical, don't you? Have you got any? I mean, I'm always open. If anybody's got any definitions of vertical they want to hand in, just pop into the Discord and pop them in here.
In the globe model,
we'll get vertical
stuff. Vertical is defined by the direction of gravity to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, what about this one? Merriam-Webster. You like Merriam-Webster? Perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. Oops. Well, that's
you don't get to tell me.
That's just Merriam-Webster. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get to tell me.
Merriam-Webster, you don't get to tell Brenda.
You don't get to tell me. That's right.
You tell him. You tell her. Miriam, who do you think you are?
Yeah, you don't get to tell me how I'm using the terms.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Dictionaries don't. Dictionaries.
This one here is it says perpendicular. These adjectives
you
mean
just
being
can't help but interrupt
at right
people,
angles to the horizon or level ground. I mean,
I'm not using it this way.
You're not using vertical like that. Okay.
I'm defining
Brenda's dictionary.
I have a right to do that.
Yeah, of course you do. Come on, let's see it then. Let's see
vertical. Vertical is defined. Right,
are you just making this up now? Brenda's dictionary.
Yes, I get to do that.
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah, no, it's Monday. Model Affliction Monday. Everybody who has a model gets to do that.
Vertical is defined right by the direction of gravity.
Yeah. What's that? Perpendicular to
Can I ask Brenda a question?
Oof.
Hey, Brenda.
You're so loud.
If we go to a... Oh, sorry. I don't know how to lower the volume.
Well, that's better. You just backed off from your mic a little bit. That was good.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
All right. All right. I have a question. If we go to like nuclear measurements, right, on your model, you will not have a...
What's a nuclear measurement? I have no idea. What is that?
Like the smaller measurement that you can make, right?
But then it's not a measurement. I can't make it.
Well,
as small a measurement as you can. I heard what he said then, Brenda. You're all right.
The smaller measurement that you can imagine, right, in your model, you will not have a horizontal, right?
I don't know.
You
what you're
will
talking
only
about.
have points, right? Because at each from point to point, you will have curvature, right? So no horizontal.
I don't know what you're talking about. So
okay.
Right,
horizontal. It's never going to admit to this, right?
So horizontal is defined.
There is no horizontal. We all know, Brenda, on your globe model, because I'm specifically thinking you do have a globe model. Let's own up and say you don't have a horizontal plane because perpendicular to the plane are parallel, and on your model there's no parallel verticals, so therefore you, Brenda, cannot have a horizontal plane, because if you did, all of the perpendiculars to it would be vertical and parallel. But because your model states that you do not have any parallel verticals, you cannot have a horizontal plane, a geometric horizontal plane on your model.
That's false.
Well, in reality, right, there are horizontal planes. So you might be getting mixed up between reality and
Brenda.
your model.
Right. So in my model, horizontal.
We know what you're going to say, Brenda.
Horizontal is defined,
Brenda,
right, as orthogonal to a vertical.
So gravity, your gravity vector.
So all the way along that horizontal, all of the perpendiculars will be vertical, won't they?
Hey,
Because it
Brenda,
works
if you
both
follow-
ways.
You have multiple people asking different questions.
Same question, Brenda. You're just getting confused.
Well, Silent Zero has a question he wants to ask, and it's going to be different than what Bev is saying.
No, I just want to say, if you follow the logical conclusions of what your model dictates, what Bev is saying is correct.
No, it's wrong.
No, it's not.
In her mind, it's wrong because she can't have horizontals.
We do have horizontals.
No, you're just trying to determine what the horizontal is.
In reality,
you.
the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line and horizontal. Now, a horizontal plane has all the perpendiculars to it parallel. So that means, in reality, when you establish a horizontal plane, all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be vertical. They will also be parallel.
True.
That's in reality, Brenda.
They'll be parallel, but they won't be vertical.
Plumb lines won't be vertical.
No, the vertical is constructed from a horizontal plane that is perpendicular to a single vertical.
You just get a vertical with a plumb bob, Brenda.
Yes.
Yes.
And then you construct a horizontal plane to that vertical.
Well, you see, the problem with that is, in your imagination, you've just sphericalized your horizontal plane. You've made it that 2D. Yeah. We all know a 2D shape is a plane. But you've imagined that 2D shape.
That's also wrong. Not all 2D shapes.
Circle.
Not all 2D shapes are planes, Bob.
It's not a shape, is it? A plane isn't a shape. Do you think a plane is a shape? What shape's a plane?
Of course it is.
What shape's a plane, Brenda?
It's flat.
Is that a shape?
Yes.
Nice. So what? How many sides has it got?
A plane doesn't have any sides. It'd be
it's a no-sided shape.
No, it has. It's of infinite.
Zero.
Infinite.
Infinitely sided shape now. Wow.
Planes in Euclid.
Infinitely zero.
Planes in Euclidean geometry are infinitely large, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not shapes though. They're just called planes.
Oh, it has a shape.
Superficies. Superficies does not have a shape.
The flat shape.
Yeah.
It's not a circle, but it's a flat shape.
That's a shape.
It's flat.
Is that your 2D shape?
Do you think planes are flat? That's a shape. Circles are round. Or spheres are round.
Well,
That's also a shape.
You have to define the shape, though. A shape's defined in some sort of manner, like it's a circle or a square or a triangle.
Geometrically defined, yeah. That's normally how they're defined, right, Brenda? A plane isn't a shape, is it? You couldn't define a shape so early on within Euclid. to get to the 3D ones, they needed like 11 books, or the 11th book was where he managed to define the solids. So imagine all that work he went through first in 2D. That's where you're stuck in it. 2D.
All this problem is because she's model afflicted, right? I mean, everything that we're talking about, she has to pass it through the filter of her model. So,
no,
that's the problem.
Not at all.
Yeah, that's what we do here tonight. It's
What is model
awareness.
affliction? What does model afflicted mean?
It's when you
just
deny
said it.
reality.
When you filter,
yeah,
when you
deny
filter
reality.
everything. When you filter everything that we are trying, every logical statement that we're saying, you filter it through your model, and then you're trying to make sense, but it doesn't. So that's why we end up arguing for hours.
Because I'm talking about. If I'm talking about my model, right, then I would interpret everything in terms of my model, wouldn't I?
Exactly.
Listen, Brenda, you just realized that we've been talking about horizontals and verticals. Nobody has mentioned anything else, right? And you are fixed in asking in reference to what? Why do you ask that question? Because you're trying to filter it through a model that you have.
No.
That's plain and simple.
Wrong.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
you can say no.
So a horizontal is defined in relation to another plane or line.
No, it isn't. It just
it
is.
is.
No,
it means,
a horizontal is horizontal. It just is, yes.
No, it's not.
Yes.
A horizontal isn't
you
just
cannot
is.
affect a horizontal, no matter how hard you try. You cannot affect it. You walking around with a plumb bob won't make that horizontal change at all. They are always parallel.
That's just false. That's just false.
They even say in your model, you have to imagine that every single person is on the top of the model, of the ball, so that you don't get confused. Yes.
There's no top.
It's vertical. Yeah, there is up and down on vertical.
Yeah, there's up and down.
That's how we know how where the height of the top of things are. Right. It's the highest vertical elevation, right? So yeah, we do know what the top is.
There's no top.
Do you know where the top of a mountain is?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
It's peak.
Yep.
But there's no
so
top.
So we do know what the top is.
There's no top on the globe.
Let me ask you this. Then how do you know it's tilted if there's no up and down and sides?
It's tilted with respect to the plane of its revolution.
Well, then how would you know where that plane is of the revolution? If that's the top, you'd have to define the plane of the revolution as being something.
So Bev, where in Euclidean geometry is horizontal defined? Could you point me to
Don't skirt the question. Don't skirt the question. If you say there's no up and down, how can you define the revolution, what you said before? How can you define that? How can you define the angle of the tilt, Brenda? There's no up and down?
The angle is with respect to the plane of the orbit of the Earth.
Of the orbit now.
Yeah, the
so
Earth
you're getting
orbits.
more into La La Land as we go, right?
The Rakia effect is taking full effect here, and we're getting further and further away.
Spiraling. Yep. Here it goes. Oh, did someone just leave?
So again, right? You asked how we can know that the Earth is tilted. We know it's tilted because the Earth revolves or orbits. Why are you talking? The Earth revolves or orbits around the Sun, right? And that orbit is an ellipse, right? And it defines a plane, and the Earth is tilted with respect to that plane.
Oh, so we do
and
know
what's
what
that plane
is
oriented to? How do you know? What with respect to what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Vertical.
Is it vertical?
Where is it? Is it got a degree tilt with respect?
It's got
to
a tilt.
vertical?
Yeah. Absolute tilt.
Well, it would be with respect to the axis of the sun.
Wow, what's that?
Now it's the
What's
sun.
that got?
Okay.
Where's that axis
hold
of
on,
the
all
sun?
right.
And where's the sun access to?
No, wait a minute. In reference to what? Like, is there an angular deviance of the angular set for the sun? How do we measure that angle for the sun? I mean, it's
what angle?
This to the sun, right? You said the angular tilt of the plane of the sun, right? So
no,
where?
I didn't. I didn't say that.
No angle to the sun, then.
I said, I was asked, how do we know if the plane of the ellipse of the Earth's revolution around the sun, is that tilted? Well, that would be with respect to the axis of the sun.
Right, okay. How do you know what the axis of the sun is? Like,
well, you
where?
can see it.
Right, now
You
would
can
you
measure.
call that X, Y or something? Or would you have an angular measurement for that
Angular?
axis of the sun?
Angular?
Yes.
An axis? No, it's just defined.
Go on,
right?
as what? X.
You realize
So you ask me questions, and then everybody wants to jump in and
I
interrupt.
want to know what you call the axis of the sun, or do you just call it the axis of the sun?
The sun revolves, it spins, right? Around
don't know.
itself. It spins.
It spins around itself.
Well, that's what I'm saying is spinning. Like if you have a basketball and it's spinning round and round itself. Round and round itself.
Yeah, like a basketball player with it spinning on his finger. Yeah.
Yes, and his finger
Except
would
there's
be,
no basketball player there.
Except his finger would be at the
I think
one
there was
of
a
the,
great basketball player that
So
started
why do you
it.
have to continually interrupt me? So just have a normal conversation. So the thing,
Brenda, do you realize? Let me just say this, Brenda. Do you realize that those axes that you're inserting to the sun are based on our own?
I couldn't get any. I couldn't
Horizontal.
get any of.
Down here on Earth.
Yeah,
I
that's
couldn't
pretty
get any
bad.
of that. You broke up. I didn't get any of that. Right? So you asked a question, I answered you, right? A spinning basketball defines an axis of revolution, right? The sun spins, and that spin defines an axis of revolution.
Okay.
But how would we know where that axis is if it's uniform?
We observe it.
Okay.
So you can see the
While
axis
spinning?
No, we observe the sun spinning. We observe it.
From
But
a
it-
from a
but it's
vertical
different.
plane or something, you get a chance to measure it, do you?
It's an observation. You observe the sun,
Yeah.
and over time,
Yeah.
you can see that it's spinning.
Okay.
It's revolving about itself.
Is that that spinning, or are you spinning in your mind? I mean, like which one?
Or are they both spinning? Or
Yeah.
I think you led yourself into a trap there, Brenda, because you're talking about an axis that you're trying to see from the sun, and you can't really see what the axis is from the sun, because really there's no possible way you could measure the axis.
Well,
Why not?
the measure
It's
the
not
tilt
access.
Of, well,
Get it right. It's not axis. It's axis.
Axis, yeah.
Right.
Well,
So
it depends.
any
If you're
object-
talking about one for the Earth and one for the Sun, then you're talking about
Yes.
axis, aren't you? More than one.
They
Right?
yes.
So, yeah. Okay. So which one are we talking about? Are we talking about the axis of the Sun?
Right now we are. Yeah.
Okay. Now, which one is the base? Which is the one we start from, and then we can measure that angles from that one. In order for us to have a tilt of any angle, we have to start off, don't we, with a basic frame of reference. Like here on Earth, right? In reality, we use vertical and horizontal, right? But you're going to go outside of that framework and establish a new one, right? Now, do we use the Earth on your model as the main axis and then go the Sun? Or do we base it all around the Sun and get our axis of tilt from that?
It's up to you. You can choose any point, point you want.
Really?
Yes.
Does your model not dictate something? Has it not got any numbers that it might dictate? Because like I say, on reality, I just use vertical and horizontal and reference everything to those.
Yeah, but you haven't. Do you define horizontal?
But everybody knows what horizontal is.
Yeah, but do you define what horizontal is in Euclidean geometry?
I don't think there's any need to. It's sort of one of those axiomatic things, right? Vertical is vertical and horizontal is horizontal. Yeah.
Right. In which book does Euclid axiomatize horizontal?
Axiomatize?
Yeah, declare it as an axiom.
And
who said that?
What you're asking?
You just did.
What you're asking
I said
right now
I.
You just did.
Yeah, I said I say that vertical and horizontal are fundamental to everyone. They know what vertical... Oh, I'll say everybody. You don't seem to know. But everybody else bar you seems to know what vertical and horizontal are, right? Without everybody having to ask everybody else.
But just show me where in Euclid's books he defines what horizontal is.
He does geometry.
So you're not doing geometry?
Yeah, in reality, Brenda, I mean, this is going to shock you. Fuck this. In reality, there are tools that we use to establish a vertical and a horizontal. Now, these are both perpendicular to each other. Euclid bases the entire system that he deals with around triangles, right? Now, triangles are based around the right angle. You may not see the link just yet, but trust me, in reality, the link between horizontal and vertical and Euclid's definition of the right angle are very clear. You would know that if you'd done the slightest bit of understanding about it.
I understand I understand all of that.
So we know what everybody is agreed now. It is a fundamental fact of reality that everybody understands what vertical and horizontal are, apart from people that have vertigo or something like that.
That's a claim that you have to support. That's a claim. You're saying everybody...
apart from you or people like you or whatever, like really argumentative people that want to just sort of naysay and go, you have to prove that. Well, everybody knows what vertical and horizontal is, Brenda. I mean,
that's how math works.
It's looking ridiculous.
That's how math works. You have to prove everything.
Yep. Which I obviously can, Brenda, but nobody can prove anything to you because you have a fundamental identity problem. With everything, you don't know what anything has. You want it to be something else. As soon as I say anything, you want it to be something else, Brenda. That's one of your fundamental problems.
You can't.
Your model affliction has gone to thinking. You think that I'm a flat earther. So you think what I say can't be true. But, I mean, all horizontals are definitely parallel. In reality,
no, they're not.
Yes, they are.
So you haven't defined what horizontal is, and
God, here we go.
Horizontal is not.
You're as bad as Rumpus, Brenda.
By Euclid. Well, I'm not yelling at you and cursing you.
But you're just naysaying, aren't you? Your argument is weak.
No, you have to prove.
I don't have to do anything with horizontal, Brenda. No, I don't.
Yes,
horizontal isn't going to change just because I say a couple of words.
You haven't said what you haven't defined it.
I don't need to define horizontal.
Yes, you do.
You'll be fine without me defining horizontal for you, Brenda. Everybody else, I'm pretty sure everybody else listening doesn't need me to define horizontal.
I have a definition of horizontal, but it doesn't seem to me that you do.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon. I'll say it again. Right? I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say it, but all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other.
So prove that claim that all about the plane of the horizontal, your first premise there.
Okay, would you take a dictionary definition as cited proof? No.
No, I want a proof.
Okay, so you don't take dictionary definitions as proof of anything.
No, okay. Dictionaries don't prove things. They just record usage.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And do you not think that all horizontals might actually be parallel to the plane of the horizon?
You haven't proven your premise.
That all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah,
could I cite T-shirt logic?
No, you have to prove it.
Yeah, T-shirt logic proves that all horizontal. Can I say that? Yeah, T-shirt logic proves that all horizontals are parallel to each other. Could you use the scientific method to falsify it? Do you think?
No, you can't. This is math.
Could you use So you can't use the scientific method to falsify all horizontals?
Not in math.
Okay.
This is math.
So I could prove then that all horizontals are parallel to each other through maths. You couldn't falsify it through maths, could you? Through geometry. Right. Or do you think you could falsify it through geometry?
No, you would falsify it mathematically.
Okay, so how would you go about falsifying mathematically?
This is your premise.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you.
Your premise.
I'm telling you, Brenda, it's easy to prove all horizontals are parallel to each other, especially geometrically, through maths.
You have to prove it. You have to prove that.
Yeah, you can. It's very simple.
You haven't done it. Go ahead. No. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore,
prove that.
All stop. Horizontals are parallel to each other.
You have to prove that first premise.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
All horizontals are... You have to prove that first premise.
Yeah, a definition.
It's not a definition. It's a claim. It's a proposition.
Well, like a reducto ad absurdum.
A proof would be good. That's all I need.
Okay, so like a reducto ad absurdum, would that be a proof?
Whatever you think is a proof.
Okay,
right?
Well, a horizontal plane. Okay, a horizontal plane is a two-dimensional plane surface. Now, if all of the perpendiculars to that plane were not parallel, then that shape would not be able to be a plane. So a horizontal plane cannot have all perpendiculars being not parallel.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a plane anymore. It would be a curved surface, wouldn't it?
It has to be a horizontal plane in order for all of the horizontals to be parallel to it. And as well, to tag on, all verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, which is obvious because that's another definition. Actually, perpendicular to plumb level is as well, isn't it? That's a tricky one. Horizontal.
So can you formalize that proof? Your proof. Can you formalize that?
What, with definitions or geometry?
As a proof.
It says perpendicular and plumb. It says there.
So what's the first premise again? All horizontals are
parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yes, Brenda. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Is Betty helping you? Is Betty writing this down? You listening in, Betty? I hope so. That's horizontal planes, obviously, right?
Okay, then
you know what a horizontal plane is. If in order to be parallel to the plane of the horizon, horizontals obviously have to be planes, don't they? How can you have something parallel to a plane if it's not a plane? We call it the z-axis. Right, Brenda? Right. Oh, Stark Otter is shout out, Stark Otter. I thought he said he wasn't going to come in. He's got a wonderful globjic thing about triangles. If you can measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees, then he says verticals aren't parallel. Fantastic. One of the best things. I'm going to have to go over that.
Bev,
yeah.
So your premise one, is all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah. Well,
so,
it's more of a statement, really. Like,
so you can't support that. You can't prove that. I
can show you a dictionary definition of the horizontals being
dictionaries
parallel to the plane of the
dictionaries
horizon.
Don't prove things, Bev.
Okay. All right. Well, feel free to falsify it whenever you want, anytime. Just, we're actually doing a shout out. There's only 40 odd people watching, but we're going to do at least a nationwide. We can sort out. In fact, anybody listening,
so you're running away.
Go out and make sure that horizontals are parallel wherever you are. And I'm not running away. I'm trying to get some support for us here, Brenda. Right? Brenda says she needs a proof. But yes. I mean, I think it goes without saying. So if everybody can go out and make sure that in your location, all of the horizontals are parallel to each other. Just make sure we've not got any rogue horizontals not being parallel that might support Brenda's model somewhere.
That might be the case. It might be that all those people go out and they assure themselves that all of the parallel planes for them are horizontal to each other, right?
Horizontal to each other? What do you mean by horizontal?
A plane.
Did you mean parallel? Did you get horizontal and parallel all mixed up?
Well, they would be.
It's easily done.
If you're stacking them up, right, like leaves.
Yeah, because they're always parallel. It's dead easy to get them mixed up, horizontal and parallel. Everybody knows that.
Right.
Yeah.
But that doesn't prove that all of the horizontals for each of those persons are
parallel
or horizontal to each other.
Yeah.
That's not a proof.
Well, they always are. But you agree that they always are. So, I mean,
just saying things doesn't prove
anything. Yeah, but you just said that they are as well. Like, are you doubting it? Do you have a doubt that all horizontals are parallel?
I said as a hypothetical, all of those individuals that you say can establish a horizontal locally.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't follow that all of those horizontals are parallel to each other. No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
you have to give an argument for that, Bev. You can't just say things. You can't just say that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon and then just claim that it's true without any kind of argument backing it up.
Your argument seems to be even though I agree with you, and they are horizontal.
The argument is that
they might be, right? As you say, they probably are, but you can't say that they are for some reason, or can you say that they are, Brenda?
Right. So
can you say that they aren't, and it's me that can't say that they are, even though they are.
Brenda, do you know how a water level works?
You have to prove your claim, Bev. You can't have just an unsupported claim that you expect everybody to accept without proof.
Yeah, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, you can't just dictate that and
No,
say
I'm just
this
saying
is
it.
true.
I'm just saying it. Brenda.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know you are.
Yeah.
You have to prove it, though.
I know I can say whatever I want, Brenda. I mean, like,
Yes,
really,
you
I can.
can.
Yeah.
Yes, but that doesn't make it true.
Well, doesn't make it false, does it, either?
It doesn't make it true.
Well, but I can support it with definitions and obvious proofs of reality.
Definitions
and we can
don't
go out
prove
there
things.
and actually establish parallel horizontals, and
Bev,
we can prove
definitions
that
don't-
they are. I mean, like,
You're
so-
mumbling to yourself
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
mumbling to
you
yourself.
ask us to prove it, but I mean, like, it proves it. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. That's not really proof, is it? I mean, proof isn't proof.
You have to prove it.
Yeah, you
Bev.
can't
You have to
prove it
accept
to
it,
prove it,
Brenda.
can you? I mean, like, no
you
way.
have to. It does. Just saying things doesn't make them true, does
Yeah,
it?
yeah. And proving things doesn't prove things either. Really?
No, it definitely does.
It does or it doesn't.
A proof would
Okay.
definitely make the premise true.
Okay, so do you think that's why they established that all horizontals are parallel to each other and horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Who's they?
As it,
I'm talking
whoever
about-
wrote the definitions in the dictionaries,
What definition?
whoever sorted out Euclid, whoever did the reality in surveying, whoever did that, established it and sorted out a vertical datum, whoever did that must have known that all horizontals are parallel.
I don't know that.
You don't know that.
Yeah, you have to prove.
I don't
your
have to
premise.
prove anything to you, Brenda.
Yes,
at
you
all.
do.
It's pretty obvious that no one could ever prove anything to you.
No, that's not. That's false. You could if you had.
Could Jesse?
A proof.
Could Jesse?
Yes.
Jesse
you
could
too.
prove that horizontals are parallel, or do you think
You
Jesse
could
could
prove
prove
things.
that horizontals aren't parallel? Do you,
You
think
could prove
Jesse's
things.
already proved that horizontals
asking-
aren't parallel?
Yeah. I'm
You
asking
do.
you to
Okay,
prove.
well,
I'm
let's see.
asking
Let's
you
see
to
your
prove.
proof. Well, because obviously, if you have a proof that horizontals are not parallel, right? Then you know for a fact that I would never be able to prove it, right? Because you've got a proof to the contrary. So let's have a look at it. Let's see your proof that horizontals aren't parallel. Let's see Jesse's stuff. What's Jesse got?
I don't.
Come on,
have
tell
to
us
give,
Jesse's proof.
I don't have to give.
Yeah,
your,
you just said.
the counter to
you
your.
just said
to your
you've
claim.
got it.
I don't have to. You have to prove your claim. You have an unsupported premise.
Oh God.
What,
Is
the
it geometric or
horizontals
not?
are
You have an
parallel?
unsupported premise.
What,
Do you
the
think the
shortest
horizon is
distance?
geometric?
Yeah. The shortest distance between 2 points in reality is horizontal. Right, Brenda? There is definitely a proof of that, isn't there?
I just want you to prove your
Or
premise.
Did they say, don't answer that one? Don't answer that one. Don't. The shortest distance between 2 points in reality. I mean, it's really difficult, this, isn't it? We've got point A and point B. In fact, hey, let's have point C. 3 coplanar points. Right? 3 coplanar points, and we've got the shortest distance between all 3 of them. In reality, on a horizontal plane. On a lake. Shore of a lake.
You have a premise,
Imagine
Bev.
that.
You have an unsupported premise.
But we get a hump in the middle.
Bev, you have an unsupported premise. You need to prove that that premise is true.
Yeah, could we prove it by putting 3 points on a lake, right? And then
However-
saying that's the shortest distance between all of those points, and that would therefore be a horizontal plane in reality. And
Let's hear
then
it.
not measure a 28.5 meter hump in the middle. Would
Let's
that be
hear it.
proof?
Let's hear it. What's your proof for premise 1? I put it in the text chat. Premise 1, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's an unsupported premise. and I'm demanding that you provide support, an argument that justifies you claiming that premise 1 is true. Otherwise, Bev, anything you argue based on that premise is false.
Oh, right. I see. So you're going to make some really weird sort of thing and then say to me that if I don't support your claims, you're going to prove
it's your
that
claim,
horizontals aren't parallel.
It's
That'd
your claim,
be wicked if you could do that, Brenda. Yeah, I'm loving this.
Claim.
This is a new globe tactic. I'm liking it. Model Affliction Monday is definitely the way it's going. I'm loving it.
Stop spurging
Brenda,
up.
can we add the same of you? Can we add the same of your model?
No, don't be silly.
I don't want to segue off into
Don't be silly. Their model can just deflect and take any one person's and completely falsify horizontals being parallel. Couldn't you, Brenda?
So
because you don't want to accept definitions, you don't want to accept surveying techniques, you don't want to accept reality and the shortest distance, you don't want to accept a logical approach to any of this sort of stuff at all. You want none of it because you've got a model.
I'm asking for a logical approach to this. I'm asking you to justify your first premise. Otherwise, the entire argument is invalid.
Right, well, let's start it again. Let's start it again, right, Brenda? I'm going to make a statement. Like, here's one that says horizontal. And what I'll do is, I'll say to everybody, like, everybody listening, this is what you do if you want to have a bit of fun, right? You say... Dictionary, I've got a dictionary definition here, and it says measured or contained in a plane parallel to that of the horizon. That's horizontal. Horizontal, this is another one. Science and technology. Being in a plane perpendicular to the gravitational field. That is perpendicular to a plumb line at a given point on the Earth's surface. Now, how big's a horizontal in science and technology? How do you imagine? Is that an infinite plane?
I'm just waiting for you to provide me with a proof of
horizontal,
your first premise.
At right angles to the direction of gravity on the level. Oh, horizontal. Why does it say that?
I'm just asking you.
Bollocks. Parallel to the horizon, neither vertical nor inclined. Now that one's a good one, right? Because it obviously, if it's got a tilt on it, it's not horizontal, right? You understand that? With no tilt in any sort of axis, right? Horizontal with zero tilt.
I just want your proof of your first premise.
So logical proof. Do you understand what with zero tilt means logically? Geometrically as well?
I just want a logical proof of your first premise.
Okay. Do you understand what
so it's not going to be a question.
Zero tilt means?
A proof.
Because, I mean, it may be very hard for you to understand what a horizontal is. If I don't be able to understand, you can't understand what tilt is.
A proof doesn't start with a question. What is your argument? What's
your argument?
No, it's yours.
What's your argument?
Claim.
What's your argument?
It's your claim.
What's your argument, Brenda?
No, it's your claim. You prove it.
No, I'm just reading out of a dictionary, Brenda.
It's your claim.
I don't have to. Surely, this isn't what happens every time somebody reads out of a dictionary, is it?
So it's your claim. Yeah. You need to prove it.
Read out of a dictionary. Surely this isn't the usual thing that people do.
That's not a proof.
I can't prove why they wrote that in the dictionary, can I?
Yeah, that's
probably
not a proof.
Because it's illogical and it's already been proved, right? Do you think you could falsify
it's not a proof.
it? Do you think you could falsify what it says in the dictionary?
I just want your argument to prove
this
premise
is
1.
Boring. Yep.
Yes, because you are
the premise
running
1,
away.
Okay, I'll say it again. All horizontals are definitely parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, do you understand what the horizon is?
Now prove it.
You can turn around 360 degrees and there would be horizon all the way around. Right? You could then establish a plane on that, and then every horizontal plane
you need to
would
prove
be parallel.
That claim. You need to prove that claim.
Babe, isn't that easy to do? To prove it, just get a spirit level.
Yeah, just get a. Everybody, anyone can do it right now. Go and make sure that all the horizontals are parallel. Right? You can do it for yourself. Everyone can do it for themselves.
What do you mean it's not a proof?
It's not a proof. I want a proof.
When everybody can do it.
Everybody.
Demonstrate it.
Everyone.
That is true.
Easily.
Hold on, Brenda. If everybody in the world can go outside right now and do it themselves, how it come is not a proof?
A proof is an argument.
So it's not just naysaying, is it? It's not just saying prove it, because that's a really shit argument, isn't it? You're going to admit that now, right, Brenda? Saying prove it is a shit argument.
It's not an argument, it's a demand.
Yeah.
It's not an argument.
Yeah, I know.
I'm demanding that you justify premise 1. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Okay, so prove it.
How do you want to be proven?
Logically.
You want an argument, or you want like words?
I want an argument. I want an argument that justifies you claiming premise 1 is true.
Isn't it better if we demonstrate it in real life, Brenda?
That's not a proof.
What do you... Wait.
It's getting
Something
stupid,
in
isn't
real
it?
life.
Yeah, it's like contradictor bot. Brendaisms are going full on. It turned it up, Brenda. What is that? Is that what they're saying to you? Just deny. Like, oh no, horizontals are parallel. We can't fucking get him to prove it. Because we can't falsify it because it's fucking true.
Well, you have to prove that it's true.
No.
You just said
if you feel so strongly about it, Brenda, you falsify it. If it's so much problems for you, it's no big deal to me. I know I can use it, right? All horizontals are parallel. I'm quite happy in that myself. I don't really need to do this. I mean, it is Model Affliction Monday, so thanks for coming round.
Right.
But I mean,
so I don't have to disprove your claim. You have to support your claim.
I've already proved it to myself, Brenda.
No, you haven't.
I have.
No.
This is where you don't understand, Brenda. Of all of the people that you could be talking to, you're talking to the one person that has actually proved that level is horizontal. Nobody else would think to fucking do it.
Let's see the proof. Let's see it. Write it out.
Brenda, we did do the proof thing, right? Proof is personal.
No, it isn't.
Proof must be presentable, well-defined, explained, demonstrable, testable, repeatable, verifiable, and unfalsifiable.
Is the premise true? Is it true?
Yes,
that
it is.
All parallels are horizontal to the plane?
Absolutely, yes.
And that's not personal. There's no such thing as personal truth.
It's not personal truth.
Yeah, there's no such thing as subjective truth. Truth is objective.
Well, it's just what you want to believe or take on as truth.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
That's not what truth is.
I think what Brenda's here doing is Brenda's like trying to destroy an argument or show everybody else how to deal with such an argument that is an obvious truth. And you obviously know, Brenda, you can't get around this one, right?
No, that's
say,
what you
say thanks to Beddy. Say cheers, like for dropping T-shirt logic over there in Adult Globe Earth Discord server. I told him not to. I said, this isn't flat Earth shit. This is reality shit. So don't go over there and tell them lot that this is flat Earth, because they'll try and falsify it. It's reality. They cannot falsify reality.
I
know it's terrible for you.
I just want you to prove that your first premise is true.
Oh, God.
This is the best they've got, right, Brenda? There is nobody better than you, is there? There's no globe geometers out there to come and help. And you know that, don't you, Jesse?
The funny part, Bev, is that she's going to go away and tell everybody that you were not able to prove.
I'm not going to tell anybody anything. I'm just going to go and make up.
We know how you guys are.
No, you don't. You don't know how we are.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we've been in this for 5 years, 6 years, so.
Yeah, you don't know how we are.
Over and over.
We've heard you, Brenda. We've heard you ask the same question 100 times with confidence every time, knowing the answer. It's you. It's who you are.
So
you're here to argue.
Premise one. Yes, of course we're here to argue.
No.
Of course we are. That's what proof is.
It's
argument.
Monday. It's model affliction. Monday. Come and tell us about your model.
Monday. You're supposed to be proving your model. Your affliction, your model.
Is
model affliction Monday, Brenda.
So Bev has a claim that he says is true.
Okay,
it is true.
Well, we're moving on.
No.
We're moving on to the Monday night model affliction Monday. No.
No.
Well, I bet we are. You want to bet?
So the premise,
do you want to be a part of that, Brenda?
All horizontals are parallel.
We heard you, Brenda.
You have to prove that that's true.
We heard you, Brenda, for the 101 time. Do you want to be a part of model affliction Monday?
Right, so you're going to run away. You're going to run away.
Yeah, we're running away to model affliction Monday.
Okay then.
That's what you came in here for, right?
By definition, Brenda, the mere definitions are proof of what you're asking. The definitions have meanings. The definition has a meaning, right? Horizontal.
Horizontal was there first.
Have to be parallel.
Horizontal was there first. Right?
Horizontal.
You can't define something that isn't there. You can't define something into existence. Horizontal was there. It got defined by being what it is. With its identity, Brenda.
That's what you're doing. You're defining things into existence.
No,
I didn't write the dictionary, Brenda. I didn't do that.
Dictionaries don't prove anything.
When the first person came up with the name horizontal, he had to see he had to observe something first, and then he decided to call it that word. It wasn't the other way around. So you gotta understand this. So reality trumps any definition that you wanna asking for or you're asking for.
Brenda, is the horizon horizontal?
Yeah, it is.
Can you envision the horizon being anything but that?
No.
End of story. Nothing else needs to be said right there. There's your proof.
Proof of what? What did that prove?
Premise one.
There's your premise, your first premise proven.
No, it didn't. It didn't prove anything. Where's your proof?
Brenda doesn't think any. Brenda, can anything be proven?
Of course it can.
How?
With an argument.
If it contradicts hers, it can't.
So at what point do you argue it enough where it's proven?
Or his, sorry.
We have a clear definition. We have a premise. We have horizon is horizontal. You agree to that. How much further does it have to go? Where does the argument end? Where you say, yep.
Well, it needs to be a sound argument. You haven't done that yet.
What do you mean? We clearly defined it, right? We pointed it out in reality. You can go replicate. You can go do it yourself right now. You've already agreed to that reality, and you're just here to argue about what?
Yeah, that's not proof.
You just said it was.
No, I didn't.
You just agreed that the horizon is horizontal, and that
I
you agree
agreed.
with the definition.
I agreed to all
Yeah.
those things, but that's not proof.
She has to argue because she's model afflicted.
Logical
Well,
argument.
This is just how logic works. You have to prove things.
Yeah. Logically argue it out. We did that, right? You agreed
No,
to it.
you didn't.
So how much further? Do you understand the question I'm asking you, or are you just talking?
Yes, I do. I do understand the question. I do.
Okay, what's my question?
The question is what we've said so far a logical proof? And no, it is not.
No, I said, is it a logical argument?
No, it is not a logical
You
argument.
agreed to it, so you're agreeing to illogical?
No, I didn't. So
What-
I
what did we
agreed
say
to
was
the
illogical?
statements. I agreed to the statements you made, but what you said was not a logical argument.
Wait a second now. You agreed to what we said as being logical, but it's not a logical.
No, I didn't. I didn't agree that it was logical. I simply
Okay, which part is illogical?
all of it.
All of what? Just name one.
Just anything. It isn't
Name
an
one of them.
argument. It isn't
Name
an
one.
argument.
One point that we made that's illogical. Just name
You
it.
didn't make an argument.
I didn't make any points. No one's made any points here.
You made points, but you didn't make an
Okay,
argument.
which one is illogical?
I didn't say they were illogical. I said that's not an argument.
So it's not an argument to provide a definition, provide a way that you can go out and prove it to yourself that that definition is accurate in reality. That's not an argument?
That's not an argument. That's not an argument.
What about that then, Brenda? Can you see in the live chat right now?
Is this where you're going to prove your first premise,
So
Bal?
logical argument. Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. Is that okay? I mean, I know it's only lines, but if you give us a minute, is that okay for a logical argument? Does that stand as a proof?
That would be a
proof,
proposition.
Right? So, okay, so
that would be
let's say the horizontals
just a minute.
are
Be
the
quiet.
two straight lines, and the plane of the horizon, the horizontal that you said the horizon was, is the other. Would they be parallel? Would that prove that the horizontals are parallel to each other? If the two horizontals were parallel to the plane of the horizon, the horizontal that you just said.
Bev?
Is that a logical? Is that the logical type argument that you were just saying that you needed for proof?
For proposition 30, right? Substitute instead of straight lines which stand in parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. Instead of that, substitute
horizontals.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, what we'll say is
substitute that, and then produce,
for the two straight lines,
you have to run
we
away
will
from
call
this,
them
don't you?
horizontals.
You have to run away from this, don't you?
We call them
You have to
horizontals. Now,
run away, you little
would
fucking
those
coward.
horizontals be parallel to the plane of the horizon?
In place of proposition 30, substitute all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and then produce the subsequent argument that demonstrates that proposition is true. Now go ahead and go do it.
Okay, right.
There you go.
So
Let's not get triggered, please.
what
Brenda.
we'll do is okay. What we'll say is we'll use proposition 30, and which says straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. So what we'll start off with is we'll say the two straight lines that we're going to make, we'll call them horizontal, and what we'll do is we'll check that these horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Let me see. Just write it out. There you go. Go off
It's
you go.
there. It's wrote out.
No, it's not.
It's wrote
off
out
you go.
right there, Brenda. And we're going to say
Off you go.
the straight lines, we'll call them horizontal, and the straight line which they are parallel to would be the plane of the horizon.
No,
so
off you go.
Therefore,
all horizontals.
They are parallel to each other.
I don't see. Yeah,
straight lines, horizontals, which are parallel to the same straight line, the horizon, horizontal, are parallel to each other. So the straight lines, horizontals, that are parallel to the plane of the horizon, all of those
where did you
are
get the horizon?
parallel to each other.
So I accept that Proposition 30 is true.
Yes.
Because there is an argument, a proof,
yes,
for Proposition 30.
Yes.
Now you have to take your proposition,
straight
all
lines.
horizontals. You have to take your proposition, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and produce a similar argument.
That
would prove that it's true.
The horizontal, I will say then, right? All horizontals.
Let's say, write it out.
All
Write it out.
horizontals. No, it's
Write it
okay.
out.
No, you're all right. You can get Betty to write it. It'd be all right.
You write it
I'll
down.
say it a few times, right?
Write it down.
All horizontals will be the straight lines, because horizontals are definitely straight lines, are they? Or planes. I mean, we can substitute planes, right? For this. So all the straight lines, horizontals, which are parallel to the same straight line, the plane of the horizon, that horizontal there, the one that you called horizontal, which they are, obviously, because they wouldn't be called horizontal if they weren't parallel to that, would mean that they are parallel to each other geometrically, just within this statement. So all we would have to do then, in reality, would be to go and check that a horizontal is indeed parallel to the plane of the horizon. Every horizontal. And that would mean that they are all parallel to each other. Now, at your local place, right? But somebody next to you could do it, and somebody next to them could do it. Somebody 10 yards down the road, and a mile down the road, and 4 miles down the road, and you could get somebody to stand on where you're looking on the horizon. They'd be parallel to you. All of your horizontals will be parallel to their horizontals and parallel to the horizon where they were. So all horizontals, quite obviously, are parallel to everybody knows that. That's why we're calling it the horizontal paradox.
No, so
because
you have
in reality it exists, but people like you that have a model really struggle with it, because the model dictates you have to really. You're not struggling with horizontals being parallel.
No, not at all.
Good.
Not in the least.
So we know that horizontals are parallel, right?
You haven't proven premise 1.
Geometrically, logically. Is that not a logic?
You did not logically prove premise 1. You proved something else.
You put
changed
horizontal
the words.
lines which are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Oh,
are parallel to each other, right? I mean,
that's not premise. That's not premise 1. You changed it.
Proposition 30.
No.
Yeah, well, that's what you can do with logic. You can mess around with it, right?
Can't.
You get to the general gist of it. Yeah.
No, you can't.
All horizontals are parallel. I'm not going to be able to change that with a few words in logic.
No, you can't change.
It's already a truth. I'm afraid, Brenda. Sorry.
You can't change terms in the middle of an argument, Bob.
Yeah, but the premise is that all horizontals are parallel to each other, right?
Yes, prove that. You haven't done it yet.
I don't need to prove it. It's already there.
Yes, you do. You claim it's true. You have to demonstrate that it's true.
It's just because it upsets you, Brent. Don't worry about it.
No, you have to prove that it's true, Bob.
I know. I shouldn't. It's one of those dictionary things that you just should never read out. Everybody, if you're listening, just be aware. Certain dictionary words are just upsetting.
It's not that they're upsetting, Bev.
People like
it's that
Brenda. Yeah, I mean,
you made an unsupported claim, Bev.
I just read out of a dictionary to do it and give you a bit of Euclid as well, and obviously logical proofs, and everybody else that's listening.
You haven't done that.
Obviously understands that horizontals are parallel to each other.
You haven't proved that. You just
There's no such thing as an intersecting horizontal, right?
You haven't proven your claim, premise 1. all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Do you think you
have
could
not proven that?
Would it be provable that horizontals don't intersect with each other? Do you think that would be provable?
Yeah, I think that would be provable.
That horizontals don't intersect
that's
with
not
each other.
premise one. Prove premise one is true. You claim premise one is true.
Can you remember what premise one was, or is somebody just telling you premise one?
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Well, they are, right? Anybody else? If you go and check, find us one that isn't. And I don't know whether there's a reward or something for it.
That's not how you prove things. You don't prove things by saying, well, it just is.
I know it is, Brenda. I mean, it's not up to me.
That doesn't prove anything.
Like, you do go and disprove it. Don't worry about it.
But that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, but that doesn't really worry about me.
You just have a belief.
I'm pretty sure that everybody else here isn't this triggered about horizontals being parallel.
But you just have a belief. You just have a belief. You can't prove that it's true. You have a belief.
You don't think I can prove it's true.
You haven't.
Nobody could prove anything to you, though.
Yes, you can.
Stubborn.
We just said I accept the proof for Proposition 30. So yes, you can prove things to me.
So you couldn't substitute horizontals for the plane of the horizon within that thing, or to use that to
it would no longer be
bring it into a logical statement.
It would no longer be a valid argument then, Bev. If you just if you kept the
horizontal straight lines.
If you kept the body of the text,
is the horizon a straight line?
If you kept the body of the text the same, simply inserting your premise
just with horizontals and plane 30, of the horizon,
it would no longer be a valid argument.
It wouldn't be false, though, would it? I mean, it would still be true because all of those horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, which would make all of the horizontals parallel within the logical framework of that argument, and also in reality, because everybody knows that horizontals are parallel to each other. So just because that logical statement goes to seem to support the actual case that horizontals are parallel,
you're
just saying that doesn't prove it.
I'm not saying that.
Actually, I mean, it is.
I'm saying clearly that you have failed to provide a sound argument for your premise that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. You have failed to provide an argument to show that premise is true.
Yeah. Well, let's keep this going, right? Because I'm sure that this could make it big, Brenda. I'm pretty sure, right? If we go, let me see. Yeah, give us a bit, and I'll see what we can sort out for horizontals being parallel.
I just want you to provide me with an argument.
Write it down. What about mathematically?
That's what I said. An argument.
Have you ever seen graph paper?
I want you to provide a sound, logical argument.
That horizontals never intersect with each other.
No.
In mathematics. X and Y grid. Have you ever seen that?
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked, Bev. That's not what I asked. Is it?
You don't want a mathematical geometric proof, but you do want one from like the one from Euclid, but you don't want me representing horizontals and the plane of the horizon in where it says for the Euclid logic, even though the logic would still be sound and valid because horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and the logical framework still works exactly the same with horizontals being there and then being parallel to each other.
Provide a proof.
Yeah.
To support your claim.
You don't seem to understand what a proof is, do you?
I do know what a proof
is. Is it logical? Like that Euclid one?
Yes.
Right. Now, can I replace horizontals for straight lines?
No.
Why not?
Because that would make the argument unsound.
Why? Are horizontals not straight lines? You're getting a check. Right, come on.
Are you gonna answer the question, Brenda?
She's getting coached. Give him a chance.
I'm not being coached.
Yeah, you are.
You are seriously paranoid. You are seriously paranoid, aren't you?
Tell him to hurry up.
You're seriously paranoid, aren't you?
Can we represent a horizontal as a straight line? We don't have to say the parallel to each other. We just have to say straight lines, right?
I'm just waiting for you.
And then where it says which are parallel to the same straight line. So let's say the plane of the horizon is a straight line. Can you say horizon is a straight line?
Just waiting for your proof, Bev. Just waiting for your proof.
Well, you're out of it, okay? Because obviously
I'm waiting
you're getting
for your
boring.
proof.
Now, everybody else that's listening.
Yes, it's boring.
Anybody else that's listening that's willing to talk, right? Because Brendan
just want to make a claim that's unsubstantiated.
I just want to check with everybody else that's here whether they were
you just want to make a claim that is
unsubstantiated. Brenda seems to be just
that you
keep going around in circles, obviously. Because
every explanation you've been giving us, Pep, it makes sense. It's pretty much what she's been asking this entire time. She keeps saying, "I want proof."
Right.
So I don't know what she's asking at this point.
We could definitely say, within this logical thing from Euclid, Proposition 30, that says straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other, right? Now, what we do is we represent straight lines as the horizontals. And then it says which are parallel to the same straight line. And we say, let's say the horizon. Now, we check, are the horizontals parallel to the plane of the horizon? All the way, right? From wherever you are, could you establish multiple horizontals that would be parallel to the plane of the horizon from where you are? Let's just take it, everyone that's here. Could you do that? And would you do that with a level at different heights? Would they always be parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Show of hands, yes.
Okay, so through this logical statement, that means, provably, because of the steps you could go through there, that those lines are parallel to each other, geometrically, logically. It's a very simple statement. And it's very easy to falsify. All you have to do to falsify this is go out there and establish a horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon. Go and do it. Make yourself famous. Simple. We've been saying it for ages. I mean, it is really simple, this sort of stuff. And I know it's model afflicted Monday, but that was pretty bad from Brenda. Right, the hand's getting upset about a geometric model, are you? It was getting draining, that, right? Is anybody else listening? I think loads of people, well, not loads of people, but most people. Simple geometric fact, all horizontals are parallel to each other. It's been there for God knows how long. And you can see why people don't want to argue it. Because Brenda, well, you can't argue geometry. And since geometry is just geo, earth, metra, measurement, earth measurement, then where do you think geometry came from? Do you think they wrote geometry down and that made verticals and horizontals perpendicular? Or do you think they used vertical and horizontal to show them what geometry is, to show them the proofs.
Those lines didn't exist, Beb, until they defined them.
Yeah. I think some dude just decided to invent Pythagoras. The very fact of Euclid, I mean, we've been going over this. When you get into it, you understand that the shortest distance is a reality thing. I mean, they didn't come up with that for no reason. It's because the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. I mean, there's no getting around that. But then if you're going to represent that on a map, then the shortest distance between 2 points is a horizontal distance. That's pretty obvious. And even when you do triangulation, because the triangles and the angles that you measure directly relate to the triangles that you're measuring on a 2D plane, they cut through the elevation of that. It doesn't matter. It's a 2D triangle. Shortest distance between them is a straight line, but they then need to work out the elevations. It's on a completely different axis system. You've got two axes on the vertical planes and one on the horizontal. It's just Z. It's just elevations. Yeah, I don't know. Was Brenda kicked, or did Brenda might have got muted and left, or did Brenda just leave?
Right, the hand is white knighting for Brenda. I never thought I'd see the day.
Did anybody? Is anyone going to own up, or did Brenda just leave? I mean, I would imagine it was getting a little bit tough, because I mean, it was getting.
No, I muted her while she was over talking that last point,
Yeah.
and she left as soon as she got muted.
Yeah. Done a rumpus. It was about time, right?
Well, that was the only time she got muted. She just chose to use that as an excuse to leave. I was going to unmute her as soon as you quit talking, but
yeah.
Hey, Rick. Hey, see?
I think.
Well,
go on.
Do you think right hand is defending Brenda?
He just wrote a comment. I'm just making a joke in the YouTube. Right, the hand made a comment, and I just said he's white knighting for Brenda.
Yeah, I'm sort of trying to wonder what's going on here, because this is pretty simple. Everybody else sort of gets and understands what I'm talking about, because I get the feeling people like Brenda and all of that are going to try a lot of this Alice in Wonderland stuff, which is going to leave people really wondering what's going on. Straight lines are easy to work out. At least for me. I mean, I don't really want to upset people, but this is getting really tricky. Because if the shortest distance between two places isn't a straight line that's horizontal, what is it?
funny how geometry is getting a lot of people upset on all sides.
I mean, it's only Euclidean geometry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Squares, circles,
triangles, for crying out loud. You never had a compass when you were a kid? Put the pointy end down, you put the pencil on the other side. Ooh, you make a circle. What's so hard about that to understand that?
Yeah. Yeah, this is, I don't know. I can understand why they should just keep their model locked up. Keep it safe. Integrate. If you have a model, then obviously reality has to fit into that model. I'd have thought the best way of doing it would be to integrate reality onto your model. And that's all I'm doing here is just talking about reality. I mean, anybody wants to come and talk about it. We do a lot of talk about geometry. But we also do surveying, right? Rakir's got the tools. He uses them every day. I've got an auto level. We've done tests. Level, horizontal, plumb, and vertical. They're the same things. They're the tools we use in reality to establish it. It's getting a bit old, them saying, oh, you have to prove it. You have to prove it. Because it's obviously a deflection. Because they can't. And that's the truth. They'll always be deflecting and putting it on everybody else to prove stuff. When I'm pretty sure, right, there wouldn't be anybody else around here trying to prove that level is horizontal. And I'm only here because somebody called me a child abuser. And I didn't like the idea of that. But I couldn't prove it. Because that's what he said. Same thing as what Brenda said. Except he said, you're a child abuser for saying that level is horizontal. And obviously all horizontal planes are parallel. Because the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. Why would it? Horizontal planes are parallel. They can't rise. They wouldn't intersect. That's why I came in here at the beginning. Forced with proving that level was horizontal, or level is horizontal, always has been horizontal. That's why level is defined as being horizontal, because it is. And we've checked it. Got a test. Water levels. It's getting pretty old. Well, I mean, it's not getting pretty old because we've been doing them, and this is what we do. We wait for the model afflicted people to come and talk to us. I know it's a lot. People with models, level being horizontal, all horizontals being parallel. Shout out T-shirt logic. Shout out Betty. Does anybody else think that they might be able to prove something in reality?
Shout out Hoymara for bringing us back the Rakia Bridge. And the paradoxes that go with it.
Always been saying for a bit, it seems like we're going into a new era, right? Or a new thing. It has to go away from whatever it was. But judging like what Brenda's coming with and Hoymar just recently, the obfuscation's going to get new levels. They just have to deny stuff, and I'm not too sure whether conversations are going to be enjoyable for the next bit, especially whenever you try to have, I don't know what sort of conversations there are to have now. Me personally, I doubt it's much, but they seem to want to come and talk to me about stuff. Brenda seems to want to think it's me and my definitions, as if that matters for what horizontal is. I'm not the guy that controls horizontal. Don't worry about that. Horizontal's fine without me. And everyone can check it for yourself.
It's almost comical. Like Brenda agreed, right? The horizon, when I asked Brenda, is the horizon horizontal? Brenda had to think about it for a while.
I said, yeah.
But finally said, yes. Right?
Yeah.
So what else is there to say?
Nothing. That's the contradiction, right? We did go through it, didn't we? We went... Saragaki brought us the law of identity, right? But along with the law of identity was the non-contradiction and the excluded middle. Well, we want to include the middle, get rid of the law of non-contradiction, and say that P might be able to be something else as well.
Yeah, the law of non-contradiction was one of my favorites, even before I heard about the other law.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going
There's no way
over an
around
old
that.
video. Yeah. I was going over an old video, and that's what we were basing everything on, the law of non-contradiction. Straight line can't be a circle.
Yeah.
Right? That's a contradiction.
Yeah, a cat cannot be a dog.
Yeah. And they're
And
at
so
the
on
point
and
where
so
they
forth.
say, yeah, like, could you call a great cat a dog? If you call it great, it's like we can do that with circles, can't we? It's like, no, you can't. Fucking hell.
Can you call a great triangle a square?
Can you call a triangle great and make it a square?
Yeah, exactly. It's like nonsensical. No. One thing is that and that alone. End of story.
Yeah. On my model, we say it's a great circle, but that's just a straight line. Yes, on my model. It's like, oh, come on. On your model, you say circles are straight lines. It's like, that's obviously not real. Right?
I'm going to call it the sphere filter paradox. You heard it here first. They pass everything through the filter, the sphere filter. That's what they do.
I think Brenda's got a special case of parallel horizontal denialism. Because they obviously are parallel. Mathematically, geometrically, and in reality.
Everything they think, when you ask them a question, they base it on a sphere. They pass it through the filter. Everything. It's unbelievable. That's how a triangle has more than 180. That's how a straight line bends. And
no, that a triangle having more than 180, right, is a geometrical impossibility.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah. I'm just telling everybody else that's listening. You know, like this. We go through all of this stuff a lot in here, and we go over the geometry and the, you know, all of that sort of stuff, the logic. And the geometry is true and provable because it has like laws within it built into the framework of it that tell you whether you can do things or where you can't do things. And a triangle having 180 degrees is provable geometrically. So you cannot have a triangle with more than 180 degrees because you can't end up with a circle with more than 360. Like, where would you put the extra angles on a circle to make it more?
Just call it excess and be done with it.
Yeah. Well, you can imagine, you can sort of imagine it on a triangle, right? If you don't really understand geometry. But where do you put the extra angles on a circle? Because if you know geometry, you would know that a triangle fits in half of a circle. So the 180 is obviously, you double that up and make it 360 with a circle. So 4 right angles. 2 right angles for one triangle, 2 right angles for the other triangle. 4 right angles. 490s, 360. There's no room for any other angles. There's no spherical excess allowed. Because you have a perpendicular shape. There is no room for any other angles. It's just a trick. It's all a mind trick. Wizards. But the wizard trick is don't learn geometry, right? For the Globers especially. Stay away from Euclid. Stay away from Euclid. That's a beautiful thing, that. A circle with
like
the
a
right
cross.
angles.
Oh, well done. It's like a cross to a vampire, I was going to say. And there's the cross right there.
490s within the circle, right? There's no room for any more angles. You can't spherical excess. It's a fiction. A wizard trick.
How about if you stretch one of the sides there? Like pull real hard.
There is only reality. There's no room for excess. That's good. I like that.
That's a good symbol. Way to go, Mickey.
Yeah, is he not in here? Because I think he just said that. I hope he's listening in. If you're not listening in, I didn't look at your words there, so we may have a link. It's a proof. That is a geometric proof. There is no excess. Doesn't exist. It can only exist with the model in your mind. Non-Euclidean, not reality geometry. Imagine it as much as you want. You will never add any extra angles into that shape. All the right angles are equal. Euclidean geometry, statement, axiom. Triangles have the sum of 2 right angles. Axiomated, obviously. Geometric proof. I'm only saying that it's Model Affliction Monday, and I thought, could you call that a geometric model? a Euclidean geometric model. It's where you get your proofs from. I wouldn't like to deny the geometric Euclidean three-dimensional model. I wouldn't, personally, anyway. I wouldn't like to relativize it. Egocentrize.
Reality. That's it.
Yeah. Somebody just said it earlier, Silent Zero. Reality is there. You describe reality. Well, Euclidean geometry is that. I mean, what else is there? What else do we have to describe reality? This line and form. Study of line and form in geometry. In reality, using horizontals, verticals. The only reference frames you can do. That's all you've got.
It's obvious that whoever made this place, right, God, creator, whatever, was a geometer, was a shape man, right? The bee, the honeybee shape, the honeycomb shape, the seashells, all that, right? The leaves, all that. It's all based on this patterns. It's all, like Bev said, this was discovered. This was not, somebody didn't come up with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
The laws of nature. Go on, you say it much better than I do. Go on.
Oh, go ahead, Bev.
No, you. Go, please do. Go.
The laws of nature are but the mathematical thoughts of God. Euclid, the father of geometry. You listening? Right the hand? I hope you're listening, bro.
Whoever they were, that group of people that did that, they were just describing reality. And they were much cleverer than we ever were. Who obviously, whoever wrote that book, they say 2,300 years ago, but who knows? Goes back a long way, I know that. But he was explaining, they were explaining reality. That's, I mean, what else were they going off? You can't base geometry in something like that without basing reality.
It's all around you in nature. That's where everything comes from.
Yeah. That's where the proofs are, right? They have to practical it. I mean, once you go into book 11, you know that you're dealing with reality, right? That's when it gets real.
Yep. That's where I said, holy shit, there's no way there has to be a creator, you know? And you don't have to think of it in religious terms, right? But if you see how nature is structured and made, it's like, yeah, well, that's my opinion anyway.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I would go along with that, if what they're saying there is natural, right? The nature, the laws of nature, real.
Yeah, reality.
The mathematical thoughts of God. Well, that's geometry. It's Euclid, that's what he did. He was known for that. Reality, geometry, earth measurement. You want to call that a model, nature model, real model, then I'll go along with that.
I don't even like the word model. Because it's not a model, it's reality.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say it's a geometric model, though, right? You could definitely defend that. I mean, I would
Yeah,
defend
yeah.
that as a model, and if that model represents nature, reality, then yeah, I'd go along with that too. I mean, if you want to call it a model, a geometric model, and if you want to say it relates to reality, then I'd definitely have to go along with that. You know, I couldn't separate the two. And since it would be Euclid, then you would have proofs, right? All of the proofs within Euclid, if they relate to reality, then they all come with you, right? You falsify anything within reality. Can you falsify any of Euclidean geometry in reality?
That's why I asked Brenda, right? Can you find any contradictions? Can you prove any contradictions within Euclidean geometry?
Yeah.
Any? Just one. Like, any?
Yeah, that's a good task, that. I mean, that is what we were doing, you know, trying to find a practicality to Euclidean geometry in reality, because that's the only place you can find proofs in reality. Can you translate Euclidean geometry into reality? I'd say yeah. Anybody wants to come and say nuh-uh, like Brenda, I mean, brilliant, but I mean, we're still going to be trying to prove Euclidean geometry in reality. Could definitely do a 3, 4, 5 triangle in reality and make sure you've got that. Could you make a square? Oh, I wonder that'd be. I'd say you could probably make a square as well. I mean, that's just 2 triangles. If it ain't in reality, it ain't. Oh, Alan's come back again. Well done, Alan. Thanks for coming back. So yeah, I mean, like, all I'd say is that we're just trying to do simple logic, simple geometry, really basic stuff. But doing the basics is where I learn more, to be honest. Simplifying stuff is definitely bringing more clarity to my thinking, my thoughts. And I'm thinking that these, there might be a business in it for me. Bringing clarity to thoughts, simplifying stuff, and maybe trying to find non-parallel horizontals, intersecting horizontals. I don't know what it could be on. I used to call myself curvature hunter with me deer stalker, hunting for the curvature of level. But I might have to turn into intersecting horizontal hunter or something like that. We'll go on the search.
Could you prove it's not a hypotenuse?
The horizontal.
Yeah, the intersecting one, of course.
Yeah.
How about the horizontal?
What?
I just came up with that one. Sorry.
That was nice. What's that mean?
The horizontal? Well, see, it's like this.
Oh man, how much have we laughed over the last few days? I mean, I don't want to laugh at the model afflicted, but we just talk about reality, and you'd think if it wasn't so big a deal, they'd also be able to talk about reality too.
Yeah, it's super strange. Like recently somebody made a model that was just ridiculous, right? But other people come in to defend that ridiculous model, take on the ownership of this ridiculous model and come to defend it. Like, why? It's not your model, is it? Who made that?
That was induced, a tangent arc chord, internal. Yeah, I mean that was that's model induced. If there's anything that I've seen recently, it's got to be that thing from Blue. Yeah. A model induced horizontal chord tangent plane, but now it's gonna have to be the Blue Marble induced horizontal, because we've had whatever. I've got a 2.5 hour video of Rumpus, Brenda, and Sean G defending Blue Marble's hump. Imagine hump. Where he explains that he gets confused between the tangent and the chord. Whilst we all know in reality it's all just horizontal. And it's the bridge as well. I mean, that, shout out Hoymar for bringing the bridge back.
And Blue Lakes went full steam on it.
Yeah, he's even...
Wow.
Hoymar's spazzing out. Stop talking about the surveyors, will you? He's dissing surveyors all over the place. They're terrible.
Hoymar, I told you he's my favorite baller. Yeah. That's right.
I hope no surveyors are watching. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to do the best to defend you against these guys talking ridiculous shit about triangles having more than 180 degrees. But he's now saying that, I don't know, he's stupid, but I mean, there is no surveyors that measure spherical excess, right? Hoymar, you do know that.
He's being sarcastic, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but I mean, it looks like he's dissing surveyors there, but those surveyors don't actually exist because triangles don't have more than 180 degrees. You can't measure something that's not there. That's a simple truth. And it's okay, everybody saying, well, McToons has got it on his website. Yeah. You know. Is that much so big a deal? Because that seems to be the only place. The only place you can see elevated water in an elevation profile with a hump in the middle is Jesse Kozlowski and Blue Marble. And anybody else that decides to draw it to show what Blue did. I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of them now. Go and get your drawings out if you want to go and support Blue. Do yourself an elevation profile drawing. Put a big hump in the middle. Tilt it off to the side if you want. See how ridiculous you can make it look. Do it sideways on. Pretend it's on the side of a ball.
Look at it from another angle, like tilt. Yeah.
But, like, you know, you've got to get out and defend Blue now. Internal tangent planes. For the win. Let's go. Well, I want to see some good imaginometry. I want to get a bit more stuff on the website from this. can't wait. Can't wait. I hope Blue sorts his video out. I don't know whether he's has he took it down. I'll just go and check. See whether he's actually. Oh. Still there. Still got his elevation above the tangent plane and the ellipsoid, and he still says all of that stuff on it. So we're still going with the internal horizontal chord tangent plane. Get on it. It's a new vertical measurement system from the horizontal chord to the tangent plane. I think that's what he means. That vertical distance between the two horizontals, the horizontal chord and the tangent plane. Horizontal chord, tangent plane measurement, vertical, obviously. Oh, there's
It's an amphibious tangent.
Does Hoymar want to come in and do the triangle thing? Because that'd be brilliant. Or have you seen that? Like, is that anybody? We can go over that.
Oh yeah.
Can I just nip to the toilet and then we'll go over that? Because that's classic.
Yeah.
Does somebody want to see if they want to bring Hoymar in? See whether he wants to, like, a defender. I know Starkodder said he didn't want to come and defend it. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Have a chat amongst yourselves.
Hoymar, you want to come in? Or are you studying?
Hoymar told me the law of identity is just some rubbish. You can just throw it out. It's fine.
No way.
Yeah, I did yesterday. It's ridiculous. Or was it earlier today? I don't remember.
Maybe he was just tired. Surely Hoymar can't believe, like, for instance, a giraffe is a tiger.
Right? Obviously, we were specifically talking about horizontal.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I just like to point out other absurd, like, absurd comparisons. But Hoymar really defends the model, though. It's like, gotta give him credit. It's almost as if he has an invested interest in it or something.
Mm-hmm. He's been saying that if you have 3 random points, you can measure the radius of the Earth.
Just 3 points anywhere?
I can just take one from here, draw one like straight ahead of me over there, and then turn to the right and put one over there. Then I can find the center point of a circle, and I can draw this circle. And that's the radius of the Earth. Just now reverse engineer it from a chord that you draw on the circle.
Jesse Kozlowski induced, that is. And
Wow.
you know the 3 words? You know the 3 coplanar
points?
That's Jesse Kozlowski that said that. It's the reason the bridge has to be a vertical plane. And it's the reason it has to have a point in the middle, higher. Because you develop those 2 sides, and obviously, yeah, a triangle appears with 180 degrees.
That's why it's vertical, too.
It's vertical. It's a vertical internal horizontal chord tangent plane, where you can have a perpendicular to it being horizontal, even though you're not allowed to have horizontals. And you don't use spherical triangles either because you're internal. So you're not actually dealing with the 2D surface like he thinks he is. I mean, it gets into a fucking mess, I'm telling you. You don't want to really involve yourself in geometric discussions. It may sound very simple to start off with, but you have to go to some dark places, I'm telling you, if you want to try. If anybody wants to look into geometry or anything, if you want to start sphericalizing triangles, please come and talk to us, because you might end up nutsacking yourself, and we don't want that. Penrosing is even worse, but particularly involving geometric triangles and levels and differential leveling and RBD face and all of that. Like, that's what we call a nut sacking, and it's not a nice place. So if you ever get anything like that and you get a bit confused and it sounds a bit weird, come on over, come and join Next Level Discord. We will help you out, because it's a strange place, but it can be fucking hilarious because it gets ridiculous. The reductio ad absurdum in the logical argument, I'm sure people have been laughing about that shit for ages, right? It's sure. Like intellectual comedy. And when you realise that people with a model actually live there full time. So I've got this picture up of Hoymar. I don't know whether it's big enough though. Let me see if I can open up original. See whether I can show them. Is that a bit bigger? Right. This is going to get a little bit strange, because this is Stark Odder's geometric proof.
That vertical isn't parallel.
Well, I can see at the top. You guys can't see it on the YouTube, but it says at the top, measuring azimuthal angles. Oh, using only Euclidean geometry. Okay, so he has these are, let's say, 3 mountain peaks, A, B, and C. A, B, C. And he's got horizontal planes at A, horizontal plane at B, and a horizontal plane at C. I initially, when I saw this, I thought that's to explain that the triangle, like this angle here that he's measuring from A to B, is the angle. Like, it's the same angle on this triangle. And this angle here is this angle, which is the same as this angle is on this bit here. And so that goes to show you that these triangles are all the same. It's the same triangle. This is why when they use triangulation, they do it over the horizontal distances, the shortest distances between each point. Because of this very fact, right? The triangles, no matter which height you have all of these A point, A, B, and C, they will produce a triangle of the shortest distances between the points, regardless of the height. So that's why you have to measure the elevation heights of these separately. this triangulation method on the azimuthal angles only deals with the points on a map. Call them the points on the horizontal. Triangulation. This is the basic framework of how triangles work. Is that all right? Is there anything? Did I miss anything? Is that's an explanation, in my view, of why triangulation works like it does. The triangle will not be any bigger just because it's on a plane or on a tilt or whatever. These three angles make a triangle. That triangle has three coplanar points, makes a triangle. On a tilt, yes, but the angle is the same as a triangle on the horizontal plane. Does that make sense to everyone? Or do I need to? No. It's just a triangle on the horizontal plane. The triangle won't be any bigger or any smaller. The angles of each corner will be exactly as they are. No different. Triangle, horizontal plane, triangle, 180 degrees. It's a triangle. So, we'll go on to his argument now. His argument says, simply put, when triangulating between three landmarks, the azimuthal difference is measured at each location. So A angle is measured at B angle is measured at C angle is measured. Note that these three angles are not the angles within the triangle ABC. Well, yeah, they are. Aren't they? Anybody? Does anybody think that triangle there isn't the triangle that's being measured? Can anyone hear me? I'm not just talking to myself.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
So he says, note, these angles are not the angles within the triangle ABC. But they are. A, B, C. It's that triangle. Why is it not that triangle? So he's got a problem there. Because they are that angles of those triangles at those places, because that's where they are. It says, rather, they are the projected angles in each horizontal plane individually established at the points A, B, and C, respectively. The intersections of the verticals with the horizontal planes defines nine-pointism. Or three triangles, one in each plane. But only one angle in each triangle is actually measured.
What the hell is he talking about?
He's thinking that A, B, and C are three different triangles of individual. But he can't see that A,
Points
B, and C are the three coplanar points. right? I'm right. He thinks they're 3 different angles of 3 different triangles, but I don't think he understands that triangulation deals on the shortest distances of each of the sides of the triangle, because it just deals in the angles. So
he pancaked it. He pancaked it. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is one of those really confusing arguments, but I mean, how can it be confusing? You're at A, you point at B, and you measure an angle to C. So that angle is the angle at A. I'm struggling to understand what he's thinking, right? You know, when he says this. So, like, when you measure this angle, this triangle on the floor is the horizontal plane triangle that you're going to end up measuring. And the reason is because these are the shortest distances between these points. It's triangulation. It just so happens that a consequence of it being the shortest distances means it's a horizontal. It's like it's the shortest distances within the triangle establish a horizontal plane. Not because it's horizontal, but because they're the shortest distances. It's really simple when you understand the principles of the geometry you're dealing with. Right? So now this is where it gets a little bit strange and model afflicted. So bear with us. Also note that if the verticals are parallel P, then the 3 horizontal triangles are congruent, i.e. the angles and the sides are the same in all 3 triangles, which means it has to be true that A plus B equals 180 degrees Q. Ready for it? Therefore, an unavoidable conclusion of measuring these angles such that A plus B plus C is greater than 180 degrees, not Q, is that the verticals cannot be parallel.
The verticals cannot be parallel.
He's
wow.
He's got this method A, B, and C in reality, and he's measuring the angle to A to B, right? And as it's a triangle, in reality, just a triangle, right? And then he's assuming that because these are horizontal planes, 3 separate horizontal planes, that they're, because the triangles are the same, and we would end up with the triangle on the ground of a horizontal. Well, an unavoidable conclusion of measuring more than 180 degrees means that the verticals can't be parallel, which is fantastic. Right? You're going to go and measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees and say, oh, well, that must be because my verticals aren't parallel.
Wow.
I mean, that's the logic behind it, right? So once you've dealt with the logic, all you need to do then is find a triangle with more than 180 degrees. And where do you go for that? McToons. And he's added this bit in here. More than 180. He's sort of got these angles here. And he's got it more than 180. There you go. Bish, bash, bash. Non-parallel verticals. I mean, get ready for it. This is genius. It takes a bit for time to get over it, right? Like, what did I just see there? So, we've got 3 points in reality. And we're measuring the angles between them, obviously. Because you have to be able to look at something to be able to measure an angle. So, we're dealing in reality. We're seeing each of these other places because we have to. So, we've got line of sight. Therefore, we are measuring a plane triangle. I mean, there's nothing else that could possibly be. We just measure an angle to angle to angle. The conclusion of that would be obviously the shortest distance between those sides, because that's what happens when you do triangulation. You end up with the shortest distance plane on the floor, which, because we all live in reality, you would call it horizontal. And this shows that why that is true. It's the shortest distance triangle. I don't know how he gets that verticals. I mean, can anybody give me an idea of what verticals have got to do with a triangle on a horizontal plane? Anyone? I'm struggling. How you measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees and how you then relate that to verticals.
I keep telling you, but you don't want to listen.
It's completely imaginary, right? I'm still like literally. I like to try and work out, like with blue and the Imagihump, right? That's easy. You just draw a circle, right? Most of the globe things are just draw a circle. That's easy to work out. This is a new one. I'm still trying to. I'm still trying to process it as to why. This is Starkodder, in case anybody's listening. This is Starkodder, and this is his particular proof. He's wrote this, logic and all. Something's said to Mr. Starkodder, I must write this up. And this is the best he could come up with. You've got a triangle, A, B, and C. So imagine it's 3 guys on mountains, A, B, and C. They're at different elevations, but they measure the angles, and that's what they get. This horizontal plane on the floor. Horizontal base triangle. Shortest distance triangle. As though there is a vertical drop down from the top of each mountain onto the floor, like there is on an XY plane map. Most maps that to scale will show you the top of the mountain, but it's on a 2D plane. The top of the mountain is a vertical distance above the bottom of the mountain. They're all on a plane. The contour lines would depict the elevations. So, but this triangle at the bottom, shortest distance. I don't know what that's got to do with verticals. Obviously, the vertical at the top of the mountain is directly above the bottom of the mountain. That's what is depicted there, surely. I'm still trying to work out how it could be anything other than that. I know that their model states that all verticals cannot be parallel, but that wouldn't make the triangle have more than 180 degrees, would it? Isn't it weird that somebody's been so model afflicted that they think they can, like, I don't know, is it backward engineered? If the verticals on this, let's just sort of play it out for a, if the verticals on this weren't vertical, like say if that one splayed out like that a bit and that one splayed out like that a bit, that point had just come over here and that point had just come over here and this point would stay the same and you'd still end up with a triangle of 180 degrees, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So a logical conclusion, it just literally doesn't follow. Can you understand my confusion? Right?
Yep.
Drawing a circle, right, and imagining a hump, an imagine hump, that's easy to imagine why they would do that on the model. This is just, therefore, an unavoidable conclusion of measuring angles more than 180 is that verticals cannot be parallel. I'm flabbergasted as to why. I mean, like, Stark Otter didn't want to come here and defend it, and I can understand why not. I mean, forget about the thing from McToon about somebody's measuring angles, triangles of more than 180 degrees, right? That's ridiculous. I don't really want to be, but I mean, if somebody wants to come and show us a triangle with more than 180 degrees, I'd love to see it. I think it'd be fantastic. But this, I'm sorry guys, your model afflictions, I honestly don't know. How were they? I don't know. I did tell him I wanted to go over it tonight. Is he in the chat? If anybody else is out there wants to come and have a stab at this, I found it. We've got it on the website, on the Discord, but I think it deserves a bit of its own on the website, doesn't it? It may need an explanation for the globe. What's anybody else think about this? Anybody in the tubes listening over there? Yeah. Science works in mysterious ways. It just changed the length of the sides. Nothing else. And it sort of goes to show, like, wait, this is why Euclidean geometry is so integral to reality. There's no way you could measure this triangle and not get the shortest distance sides on it. And if you can see all of the other points, then it's a plain triangle. There's nothing obstructing you. You can actually see those points. It's a plain triangle. You're going to end up with shortest distance sizes for all of the sides of that triangle. I mean, you could have a bit of refraction or something, so the angles won't be that exact, but the more angles of different places you take to do triangulations, you will narrow down those points. Get them closer. All with shortest distances, which would be on a horizontal plane, dictated to by geometry and reality. But reality just sort of, because geometry is the explanation within this sort of stuff of reality, it's formed from reality. So horizontal is horizontal because it is horizontal, but it's also conforms to all of the geometric procedures of Euclidean geometry, triangulation. Might be upsetting for people, but I mean, how do you falsify it? Get somebody to come and tell you that they've measured triangles with more than 180 degrees, I guess. But then you'd have to add someone to a circle. You couldn't have all right angles being equal either. Hey! Bloody cat. Can you hear that?
That we can hear.
Yeah. Angry cat. It's not me that it's angry at, it's the other cat. She's in this room tonight, looks like. Yeah, that's fantastic logic. Great globe head logic, like I've never seen before. So shout out to Stark Odder for that one. If you measure triangles with more than 180 degrees, then you're not measuring triangles and verticals aren't parallel. I think that's the argument. So thanks, Hoymar, as well. That's a nice one. Is he going to come and try and defend spherical excess? I mean, like some of this stuff I heard when I came into this, obviously, Fight the Flat Earth brought me in by saying, you're a child abuser because you say that level is horizontal. And I had to prove it to it. But I then found out that there's no such thing as a parallel vertical. And I thought, no way. No way does the model have that. But it turns out, yeah, it's true. The model doesn't have parallel. There's no such thing as a parallel vertical on the model. Now, there's a lot of people think that we don't understand the model or we don't get it. I definitely understand it and I definitely get it. I've talked to a lot of people about models, and I guess I'll talk to anybody about models. It's easy talking about models. It's the contradictions and the paradoxes that do exist with the model. There's no getting around it. I understand the model. I understand the geometric idea and the principles of the model. Even know where the geometry came from for the model. I know how it was derived, what they needed to fix, the reasons they needed to do it. I also know what happens in reality. Reality's easy. Trying to fit it with the model, that's trickier. And I can understand the mental anguish that a lot of people must go through trying to relate the two. I think it's probably a reason of why there's a lot of drugs and alcoholism. People popping pills, trying to take it away because they talk confusion. People like Brenda telling you have to prove things to them. They're just projecting. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. You only have to prove stuff to yourself. And you can feel comfortable once you have proved it to yourself, then you can feel at ease. It's easy. Not having a proof and not knowing what proof is, and then blaming other people for not being able to give that to you. Well, you shouldn't really be doing that. It's not nice. I'd like to thank the Model Afflicted for coming in tonight. It's been good. It's been good working over this sort of stuff. I mean, it's looking like we might need to start going over some of these arguments, some of these things. So if anybody wants to give us a shout out for something that they think we should be going over, I'm going to become a gun for hire. Looking into these arguments, I think, from people that want to obfuscate and confuse people. I don't like the idea of that. I'd rather people be honest, and I'd try and tell some people the truth. I'd try and say the truth all the time. If anybody thinks that I'm not, come in and put us right. Always enjoy the conversations. I have my proofs and I have my truths. And I know that level is horizontal and all horizontal planes are parallel. What time are we at? Midnight. We got any other Model Afflicted in? Anybody want to have a word about the Affliction problems? Anybody want to go over anything? Anybody in the YouTube chat want to come in with anything? Have I missed anything? I don't like doing super chats, but you let us know if was there anything anybody seen that we wanted to go over in the chat. Have I put everyone to sleep again?
No, I'm awake.
Like he just woke up. He's like, what?
No, I just finished having supper. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah, the model affliction was severe, as we saw.
Yeah, Paige is saying she's turned Hoymar into a troll. Text chat troll. But he was I think he's a naysayer. He's turned into like Brenda was tonight. But I mean, obviously, when you're faced with something like horizontals being parallel, which they obviously are, and triangles having 180 degrees, which provably, right, it's impossible for a triangle to have more than or less than 180 degrees. It's a provable fact in geometry, right? When you have to deny that, I mean, what else have you got? You just have to deny it. No,
it's simple for them. Simple for them. They take out the filter, they place it on a sphere, and they say, voila, look, this is how you do it.
Yeah.
Non-Euclidean.
You go like, it's provable that triangles only have 180. It's, you know, like it. Yeah, but they go, no, what's this? I can draw some lines on a ball.
On a ball, like, yeah. Bring out a basketball. Look.
Like, what are you doing? I'm drawing lines on a ball. Like, yeah, I know, I can see that. We're talking about triangles having 180 degrees geometrically. Yeah, I can draw lines on balls. All right, well done. You know that's got fuck all to do with this geometric argument, don't you? Well, I can draw lines on a ball, can't I? Like,
yeah, the sphere filter comes out and wham.
Get a better argument. That's terrible. But I mean,
really bad.
I'm guessing if that's what they're doing, right? And well, we've seen it before. I've seen it loads of times before. It's getting bad. It's getting old. And yeah, we obviously we'll go over the Euclids and all of that, but we're going to have to start getting some short clips together of these particular short facts. I mean, we've got the truth bot in the live chat, and I know a lot of people. And please come into the Discord. The Discord's where it all happens, especially where most of the fun happens. Anyway, we have been laughing. I nearly got a bad stomach again. I might have hurt it from laughing too much.
That is not a lie.
The simple facts of all horizontals being parallel and triangles having 180 degrees brings so much comedy, because sometimes it's hard to imagine that you're talking to adults about straight lines and triangles and parallels. It's hard to imagine, isn't it?
It's true. When I first heard about this, I thought people were joking.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. It's too hard to take. Anybody's listening in, you would imagine that this is where the heart of the most serious debaters are. They're not. The globe has nothing. Brenda, Hoymar. Who else have we had? Where's Wally? You know, like.
Don't forget Rumpus.
Rumpus, yeah. How could you forget Rumpus? The cream of the globe crop. This is literally their superstars.
Rumpus is pretty high up on the pyramid. I don't know if he's above Blue, though. I don't know. There would be a fight there, I think, to the death.
No, I mean, Rumpus,
Jokingly,
of course. Yeah, they send Rumpus. He's a minion.
You're
Rumpus.
saying Blue is above Rumpus?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no way they'd send Blue in.
I don't know if the Rumpus hears this. I think that this is going to be war.
No, Rumpus is a no one. He likes to think he's one of the big guys, but I mean, what has Rumpus got? Rumpus can't. At least Blue, right, tries to explain stuff, right? He did the GPS coordinates, how it works. He did the horizontal chord. Do you think Rumpus would have given us a horizontal chord? Internal tangent plane.
Well, he has ray tracing. Rumpus has ray tracing.
Yeah, but Rumpus would never, ever go to that bridge and put any numbers to any of it. Rumpus knows better. Blue's definitely got better. I know. I'm waiting. This is a good one because this is the model Afflicted versus model Afflicted. McToon has done £10,000 is yours. $10,000. Sorry, I don't want to be overselling him. $10,000 is yours, Flat Earthers, if you can use the measurements from a sextant angle and flat Earth geometry to get an observer's position. Globe geometry can do it. If you can't, we know why.
Flat Earth geometry, huh?
So what he's asking them, he's put £10,000 up and said, if you can use the measurements angles from a sextant and flat Earth geometry. What's flat Earth geometry? Anyone know what that is?
Nope.
I think he might mean Euclidean. I hope so. Well, I can't think of any other geometry, can you?
Nope.
It must
That's
mean,
the only one I know.
It must mean Euclidean then, right?
Would have to be, yeah. Geometry.
Anybody using flat Earth geometry? I hope we can get him saying that.
Look, maybe it's a new branch we haven't heard of.
Yeah. Globe geometry can do it. Globe geometry. It's two different types of geometry there. Which do you reckon's which? I like it. I'm liking it.
Maybe he's talking horse saddle geometry.
I think 10th Man will be on this. This is a job for 10th Man. I mean, we keep out of the sextant stuff, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we know you can do fuck all with an angle. And that's all a sextant measures. But, hey, you know this is the age of the sextant. And it's the #1 flat Earth proof. They should be going after McToons and getting that 10 grand. Do you reckon? Nathan Oakley, 10th Man, come back to Nathan's, 10 grand from McToon. I can see it happening.
If I had the skills, I would do it.
Yep. Well, I mean, yeah. Do you reckon?
For sure, yeah. If I knew flat Earth geometry and I can do it, yeah, 10 grand, hell yeah.
But you would still have to be able to do something with an angle. But hey, 10th Man might know a bit more.
Yeah, but if it's flat Earth geometry, can you use the magic book? I think he won't allow that. So they'll just be stuck with an angle, right?
Well, I think so.
What then? What then?
Well, then they can't use the book either.
Why?
Oh, that's
Why?
not very fair.
Why?
Well, isn't he saying we have to get the observer position with just angles? He's saying, oh, globe geometry can do that.
Well, what's globe geometry?
Exactly. So show
Well-
us your globe and then show us how you know your observer position with just a sextant.
Ah, well, see, that's where he's got them. Hasn't he? He's putting 10 grand up. Stipulations. I mean, he's learned from Dave Weiss.
Yeah, how to really badly word a challenge.
Yep.
You see, we got to get the definition of flat Earth geometry.
No, we don't. We don't have to do anything because I know.
Well, the guys that want to figure this out, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not. This isn't our thing, right? He's not done it to us. For one, we're not flat earthers, right? I don't know what flat Earth geometry is. I don't know what globe Earth geometry is. I've said from day one that you can do fuck all with an angle, and that's all you've got with the sextant. So can't see that we've got any. But I'm interested to see because we had Hoymar in. He wants to tell us about the. Well, he tried to explain to us how they globe Earth do it, and he got stuck at what you do after you've got an angle. I'm guessing he's not aware of the wizardry. Cool.
I wonder if you would accept Polynesian navigation technique. Would he accept that?
Oof. I don't know who's going to be going for it.
You think the Polynesians thought the Earth was a sphere, or they thought it was flat? Would say two Polynesians come that know the ancient techniques. Would he give them the 10 grand? So you got to define this flat Earth geometry of yours.
Yeah, I reckon he means Euclidean. I think he might have got confused. Because Euclidean geometry works with perpendiculars and parallels. It's defined in the I think it's sort of axiomated, most of it. Triangles having 180 degrees. I mean, that's got to be Euclidean, hasn't it? I think that's what the problem is the triangles having 180 degrees.
That's just simply ridiculous.
Well, I'd say that he's just falsified his thing there, because if it's Euclidean geometry, then I'm afraid if globe geometry isn't Euclidean, yeah, he's just made that shit up. Because there is only Euclidean geometry. So he would have to prove,
I know, yeah.
Yeah, he would have to prove that they used non-Euclidean geometry and wrote a book with numbers in it derived from fantasy.
You mean they can't just borrow all the stuff that Euclid, wrote down and just incorporate it into their thing? and pretend that it's theirs?
Jane Doe says Bev pretends he's a surveyor. I don't. I've never pretended I'm a surveyor. I'm not a surveyor. I've got a surveying qualification. Very basic, standard one. Thank you very much. I don't know who's told you that, because I've never pretended to be a surveyor. I don't think I've ever told anybody I'm a surveyor. I have a surveying qualification. I suppose you could say when we are looking through surveying tools, then you could class yourself as surveying, being in the act of being a surveyor. Anybody could do that though, really, couldn't they? Technically, you could survey the land at that moment. You would be a surveyor. But no, yeah, nobody's ever claimed to be a surveyor. Nobody's ever tried to take any jobs on. Nobody's ever pretended that they are a surveyor or anything like that. That's never been done. Don't worry about that. Nice new try though, I mean. Yep, we all know that the Earth's not flat. Nice of you to come in though, Model Affliction Monday. Yeah, somebody's in the chat. The fact that non-Euclidean geometry pops up shows that it's a thing.
Kind of like, kind of like if I was to bring King Kong, or
Imaginometry.
Yeah.
Search Imaginometry. I bet it's going to pop up. Makes it a thing. I'd say so anyway. If they're the rules, anything you search for on the Google, you can find. Makes it real. Yeah, I'm not a surveyor. I'm a carer. I've never worked as a surveyor. I did do it when I was at college. I've got some qualifications for it. Basic ones. Say it again. I don't pretend to be a surveyor on YouTube. I definitely don't do that. I do respond to trolls that say that I've said I'm a surveyor. I'm not. Just in case you ever think that I might have sort of said that, I haven't. I'm not a surveyor. Never actually been employed as a surveyor. I do have an auto level though. I mean, but nice bit of action tonight. Nice few viewers. Thank you very much for coming and watching. Anybody got any final words? We're gonna shoot off. I don't know why. Is the bot been going on tonight and posting the thing in the chat or not?
Yeah.
Was it? Good. Right. Bust the song on the way out. Logos. Yeah, I'm not a surveyor. I'll say it again. Jane Doe. I am not a surveyor. I've never been employed as a surveyor. But if I'm looking through an auto level, then you could technically say I am surveying. But I've never been employed as a surveyor. Nobody's ever employed me to do any surveying. I've never been paid to do any surveying because I've never been employed as a surveyor. Just in case anybody's got any misconceptions of anything, of me saying anything like that. Okay? Thank you very much. Anybody got any final words? Otherwise, please come into the Discord and we will have a chat. Oh, doxers. See you in a bit.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.